eight, seven, six, five, four, three, two, one. Welcome.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to the Glade 1 presents Gujarat Open Golf Championship. You saw a few glimpses of what transpired yesterday. It was a truly enthralling day here at Ahmedabad Glade 1 Golf Resort and Club. I'm your host Shaurya Singh, joined alongside the pious named Mr. Swami, experienced journalist and lending more flavor to this week. And talking about flavor, Muhammad Azhar has been the man to chase. Fantastic golf being exhibited by him, and not one to be left behind. Mani Ram Sharma. Shots can be caught, so it's going to make for a mouth-watering final day. And then Shamim Khan just adding a little bit more royalty to that leaderboard.
Shaurya, I mean, there was a time yesterday towards the end of the third round, it looked like Mohammad Azhar was just running away. The Vikarabad professional was seemed to be running away. He had a 5-shot lead at one stage, but the vagaries of golf caught up with him, and he, who had actually had a blemish-free second round and was also blemish-free for the first 17 holes, he dropped a double bogey late in the evening, and then Mani Ram had a birdie just a bit before that on the 17th, and suddenly the 5-shot lead had dwindled down to 2 shots, and that actually is quite makeable. So 2 shots between the leader and the second placed Mani Ram. Jairaj and Kevin Regal, as Shaurya just shared with us, are in the third spot at 6 under. So it's all to play for at the 1 crore Glade 1 presents Gujarat Open 2024 from Glade 1 Golf Resort, Ahmedabad. The first 2 rounds were 9 holes each. The third round was 18 holes, played twice over at the 9-hole golf course, and the final round is again going to be the same. So they will have different pin positions on the first 9 and the second 9 of this lovely golf course. the aerial views of which you can see right now. So, and here we are. The action is about to begin. And Shaurya, who do you fancy this afternoon?
Well, I would, to be honest, maybe that's a little bit. I'm a little partisan, as they say. I would think that Maniram is the one. I mean, he deserves the victory. He's been here for a long time, and he's never really been a top 60 player. He's always been on the fringes.
You love journeymen, don't you?
Absolutely, being one myself, I see that there's a certain romantic element to it. Being here on tour, it reminds me a little bit of Roy McAvoy, how slept, played the mini tour, slept in cars, and made things happen. So, I don't think Maniram has gone the entire journeyman route, but as far as Indian golf is concerned, I think he's been a professional for almost 2 decades, and he's not bestowed with a great. Prolific qualities such as length of the tee or immaculate ball striking, but what he does have, he has a lot of fight in him. He has a
Oh,
lot
of
of
course,
heart,
there's
and,
no
and he has the
question.
tenacity of a bulldog. And so I would really like, we always like to root for the underdog, and he's pretty much the poster boy of underdogs.
And here we have this group, Abhinav Lohan, Manu Gandas, all getting ready, warming up just before they get off to start. So I think it's really the action is about to begin. And this is Dhruv Sharan,
There seems
Abhinav
to
Lohan, and
be.
Manu Gandas,
Sorry to
the
cut you
third
off.
last
This
group.
sorry to cut you off. I think they bought their T-shirts from the same store, or otherwise have the same stylist. Not quite sure how that came about. In
That's
varying
right.
shades of pink. I know nowadays they have a lot of those in between colors like mauve. Or I'm not too good with this, but let's just say
Well,
it's
as
pink.
long as it looks good, it's all right. I mean, you don't even need to know the exact name, the color, or what the color is called. So here is Manu Gandas, the 2022 Tata Steel PGTI Tour Order of Merit winner, which gave him a passage into the DP World Tour in 2023. And he's now back on the Indian Tour. And no sooner was he back, he announced it and signaled it with a win in the opening event in Tollygunge. And here he is, 8 wins. Look at that massive 8 wins.
I must say that I'm a little taken aback. I didn't know that he turned professional in 2015. He's 27 years old. I
He
thought.
actually started blossoming in about 2022. And I think those couple of years during the COVID period, really, I mean, kind of everyone was under radar. And I think he really blossomed and he came out into his own in the 2022 season when he actually notched up 6 wins. Before that, he had just 1 win. So 6 wins in a single season, and that brought him some really rich rewards. And here he is, teeing off for the fourth and final round of the Glade One Presents Gujarat Open 2024.
Say what you may, but one thing for sure that Manu Gandas does not hold back. Now have a look at this swing. This is an athletic person's swing. This is a young man's swing. I would not recommend or others try. Look at that blood curdling
Power.
finish. Reminds me a little bit of Greg Norman when the club head used to hit the back. Uh, as they say, that is striped. I'm very fond of this player. Fantastic. Dhruv Sharon, the way he hits the ball comes out really flat. Maybe one day, that if he does win the Order of Merit and plays on European Tour, that flight will really lend itself well to those conditions. Puts a lot of compression on it. Also, a defense personnel son, so you can see that how the armed forces help provide opportunities for players to hone their skills. Seems like he's left a little to the right. Anxious looks.
Talking of
Oh,
that, the contribution of Army is actually amazing, to Indian golf. The golf courses they have and the facilities. I mean, some of our best golfers have actually had an Army background. And here is Abhinav Lohan. This is the third last group. Abhinav has 2 wins. Well, he doesn't look like 34. Looks pretty young. He's been a pro since 2011. So that's quite a long back. I mean, it's almost like 13 years.
yes, time sure does fly when you're having a good time. That's what they say. Really quick tempo reminds me a little bit of Nick Price. That backswing is over in a blink of an eye. This will be quite an interesting group to keep your eyes on. and learn a thing or two.
Right in the middle of the fairway, bisecting it.
Oh, this is never a good sign when you are reloading on the first tee. Maybe that's the commentator's jinx, but I hope not. We have another opportunity of looking at that beautiful swing. All right, this time right down the middle. But believe you me, when you're reloading on the first tee, the second shot is no easier. A lot better this time. The tee has been plucked out, so that means that should be right in the center of the fairway. That's a big drive as well.
That's right. Quite a good one. And off they go. That's it. Look at those shirts. Almost similar, isn't it? Just a difference in the shade. Manu Gandas had rounds of 39, 35 on the first 9 holes on the first 2 days, 68 in the third. Dhruv Sharan 36 and 36, and then 69 in the third round. Abhinav Lohan 34 and 36, and this is going to be another interesting group, the lead group, and I think each one of them is capable of pulling off a lovely win.
Yes, still pretty much wide open. Mohammad Azhar with that two shot lead. If you look at some of the scores today from the players who are out on the golf course, Varun Chopra is 3 under for the day, 1 under for the tournament, Arjun Puri 2 under for the day. But apart from that, if you look at the players below top 25, there are very few under par rounds. Mohammad Sanju 3 under par, but the rest of them having a difficult day, so as to speak. The conditions have not been too favorable. Stephen Nanek, Shaurya Bhattacharya both at 1 under par. So it augurs that maybe this will not be a low scoring day. So Money Ram would need to hang in there. Maybe shoot. I feel that if he can shoot maybe a 3 under par, get to that double digit under par, that should be good enough for the victory, depending on what Mohammad Azhar does today. I have a feeling that the first time he's been in this position, there's going to be a case of nerves. And what kind of ice he has running in those nerves
out
in
of
his
the
veins
gates.
is going to determine how this day pans out.
I think he was looking for the first hit, isn't it? He was looking for the ball where it went to the first time. So, looks like he's found it.
Seems to be a stroke of good fortune, but the tricky thing is that if he doesn't quite have a shot, we'll need to draw a penalty drop from there. So, and two club lengths in line of the flag. I don't think that option will be available, seeing that he is on the right near the right boundary. So he'll have to take two club lengths, and I'm not quite sure if he'll still draw a decent lie. And he can't quite play his provisional ball either.
So he can't, now that he's found one, he can't.
So all started in a little bit of a too much of an adventurous fashion for Dhruv Sharan here. That does make for a wonderful picture indeed.
Lovely properties.
It seems like you're eyeing one.
I wish I could afford it, Shoaib. And Gujarat is a lovely place. I mean, it's been the, yeah, I mean, it's seen a lot of progress. It's a clean city, as you were mentioning yesterday, and I tell you, I love that food. I love Gujarati food. The Gujarati thali, it's actually fantastic. I'm a little, kind of biased towards vegetarian food, so maybe that's also there, and all the snacks that go with Gujarati food. Of course, not good for my weight, but certainly mouth-watering, isn't it?
Absolutely early in the day, and they're already dreaming about food. But none of the players, they're dreaming about birdies, and rightly so. Manogandas just belted a massive drive. Shows you the difference in distance. I always find that very interesting. You see that both the players had caught it off the meat of the club. Perfect drive. Manu Gandas flies the driver in the range of about 290, 292 yards. Hits it really far. Abhinav Lohan, flatter ball flight, not a similar length of the tee, but does still manage to get the ball out there. So on a hard, dry golf course, Lohan would be able to hit it quite far. And so would this man. Not quite sure what has transpired there.
I love this. I love this graphic there.
Yeah, you see a lot of width on the way back, and obviously when you try and hit the ball, that reduces you. You try and get the club in the perfect position and unload your wrists as late as possible. So the difference between the backswing and the downswing, if it's really accentuated, you normally see that in the longer hitters. There's a lot of difference in the width on the way back and while coming down. Prime example is somebody like Sergio Garcia, really unloading those wrists right towards the end. Those bunkers are indeed massive. I think any errant shot will find it rather difficult to escape those. Angad Chima, 34 years of age, home course Chandigarh Golf Course.
And a man starting a new phase in his life.
Yes, absolutely. And that seems to already be paying dividends, it seems.
He's been quite consistent so far. Of course, I'm sure he would love to be right on the top.
A lot of power in that wiry frame, very athletic. Oh, that bunker, inviting target. Saptak Tarwar, another hard hitter. Home course, DLF Golf and Country Club, Gurugram. It's definitely a golf course that you play often enough, your game will adapt to the higher standards required. So, a lot about where you play shapes how you look at the game and how you approach the game of the tee, which it seems has become paramount in the modern game. Very good transition. Really unloading on that golf ball. You saw the hips turning, the upper body, everything was coordinated. And he's hit that really far. We have Steve Regal, the Winter Olympian, pretty much at home here in the warm weather, the comfortable weather rather.
It's from Araval Golf and Country Club in Andorra. We have an Aravali golf course here in India. So I wonder if he knows that.
Yeah, that swing doesn't take much time to hit it. Let's see how that has worked out for him. That's a good drive, but you can see the difference in distance of the tee. Saptak really does give it a mighty whack. So the penultimate group is on its way. A look at the first hole, 476 yards. So you have to be a little bit of a spring chicken to get there in two. Not your smallest hole by any measure. Dhruv Sharon, what appears to be his fourth shot, I would think, at the least. That's a good putt. That's tracking, and unfortunately, does not quite find the bottom of the cup. Now you have Manu Gandas lining up what appears to be a birdie putt. Should break from his right to left. That must have looked really good.
Oh, shaved again.
This is a fairly makeable putt for Manu Gandas. And he does it. Fantastic start by Manu. Stamping his authority early on. 3 under par now, only 6 behind. That's the kind of start that you'd want birdie. Probably the toughest hole on this golf course. As far as the index is concerned, the ninth is supposedly the toughest, but you know, if you just look at the brute distance and difficulty, it's definitely the first hole. So that's the ideal start for Manu. And he does have a penchant for shooting those really low numbers, and that's what he requires today if he is to usurp Muhammad Azhar. It's also a technique to put pressure early on the leader. Abhinav Lohan also with a birdie putt. There's two fantastic approach shots. Really rehearsing that putting stroke. It's a lot more difficult putting from here as it was for Manukandas. It's a little downhill putt, maybe breaking a little from his left, and in the end, the other way. So, not the easiest of putts to make. A very difficult line, slippery line. And that would have been a really good shot. He would have pitched it maybe flag high or a few yards short and just in line with the flag. Would have looked great after he'd hit it and when he would have been tracking the ball. So, good start nevertheless. A four in the first hole is you'll take it every day of the week. Kevin Estivregal. Angashima in that bunker. That's a difficult shot for Angad, especially that bunker with the water lurking to the right of the green. Very difficult shot coming up for Angad. We'll have to play a left-right shot. You can see the difference in distance where Saptak has hit it. A good 25 yards beyond Kevin's ball. Angachima, I'm probably going with maybe 7 iron. Would require pure contact here to get on the green. For all those who have watched a lot of professional golf, I'm certain that Angad's swing demeanor and even his look to
He's
a
got it
certain
well.
extent
He made some decent contact there.
would remind you a little bit of the PGA Tour professional Sean O'Hare. Very similar swing, very similar gait as well.
I hope Angad knows that.
I'm not quite sure he does. And even the transition, so not keeping bad company, so as to speak.
Angad as a junior was so prolific. I mean, he was always contending, as a junior. It's just that somewhere, I think, the transition from a very good junior to a good senior pro didn't quite happen, though he has had some wins and good results. But I think his potential was really never fulfilled. Well, he's still got time. He's just 30 in his early 30s. So I think there is time for him to pick up a few wins. The mid 30s, as you were mentioning yesterday, is the time when you actually can flower. And here is the young man,
Kiran Singh
26.
Sandhu, also from Chandigarh. That's probably one of the reasons he's such a good ball striker. Nice fluid swing. Looking on a little pensively though. Let's see which side that is headed to. Now Maniram Sharma. Teeing up on the right hand side, so it seems that he'd be favoring a fade. Playing out of Madhuban Meadows Karnal, that is the police academy. Police Academy was also a very famous movie back in the 80s and the 90s. It's really funny, almost slapstick. If I remember, it was a British movie. I'm not too, if I'm wrong, but I do remember it was really funny. Either ways, no funny business here. It's all very serious business for Maniram. playing for a big prize fund, and this is an opportunity also just to secure his card, just get it done.
You do
a
it in the
single
early
try.
part of the season, and then there's no pressure, and then he can actually. That's a short, quick one.
You see how different the golf course plays. So somebody who hits it short changes the entire complexion. I reckon he might be hitting a rescue or maybe even a three wood from there. So that's the difference in length of the tee. It can really change the entire golf course. Mohammad Azhar now, the leader, is in the house. Very good loose language swing. Medium hitter. Playing his golf out of Ooty Golf County, Vikarabad. This is the fourth year that he is a professional. Standing a little open, as a slightly open stance, and it's threw the ball well. Asking for that to turn a little to the right. Seems that he's tugged it a touch to the left. That should be fine. Now we'll feed off towards the center of the fairway, and that's in good position for Mohammad Azhar. Seems like he's been able to get over the case of nerves, and unfortunately, Jairaj emulating Dhruv Sharon and hitting two balls off the tee. And that's what players do if they're not certain where the first ball has ended up. So this is a provisional that he's hitting. Seems like he's happy with that one. Right in the center, heart of the fairway.
That was a nice one out there for Kevin. But the ball rolled away, and now he's going to have a lot of work to do on this first hole as he opens his campaign for the fourth and final day here at the Glade 1 Presents Gujarat Open 2024. Kevin, who's had rounds of 34 and 34 in the first two 9-hole rounds and 70 in the third, is 6 under and 3 adrift of the leader Mohammad Azhar and 2 behind the second placed Mani Ram. This Angad Chima lurking in the back. Dhruv Sharan gets ready for a longish putt. The green speed is just around the same as the third round, in the vicinity of mid 11, 11.2 to 11.3. On the upper side, that should be a tap in, a comfortable par for Dhruv on the first hole. And let's see that routine which Kevin usually follows with his broomstick putter. Well, he's decided to go back quickly to his stroke. Looks like stops just inside a foot. Should be a tap in. Another final look. Should be pretty straightforward. But no chances. This is the final day. There's a lot of money up for grabs. So obviously, no room for error here. Oh, cut the left edge of the cup. Must have done a bit of a stumble there. His heart must have had a quick, kind of flutter, but it did drop. So that's no damage done there. Here, another look at the group's tee off. Angachima, wiry and packs in a lot of power. The man's got a lot of distance. And we are here for the lead group, which is now approaching the second hole, the green, the second hole. Sorry, that's not the lead group, the third last group, I'm afraid. The pink shirts. Manu Kandas, Taraf Sharan, and Abhinav Lohan. The group which just went past the first had Angachima, Talwar, and Kevin. And now, again, a quick look at the second shot of the lead group. Maniram, the first hole. Gerard Sando, the left-handed southpaw, had a fine third round with a flurry of birdies in the back nine.
But the thing about golf is you start and it's a brand new day. You never know what it has in store for you. As a famous Forrest Gump said, that life is like a box of chocolates, and that's pretty much what the final day is. You never know what you get until you open it. And unfortunately for him, the wrappers have come off, and it's not the sweet tasting chocolate he'd hoped for. But there's still 17 holes where he can right the wrong. And somebody's got off to a quick start. Was definitely right the wrong. It's Adil Bedi eagling the second hole. And that would move him to 3 under par. So this is going to be an interesting final round. You can see that they're out with knives. They're not going to make this easy on Mohammad Azhar. That's a good putt.
He's got it really close there.
They say the first cut is the deepest.
The second hole,
And,
par 5, 566 yards, one that players would be hoping to pick a shot there. It's got, there is water on the right side.
Yes, as I was saying, they do say that the first cut is the deepest, and the first victory is no difference either. It's never easy. Takes a lot of blood, sweat, and tears to get it done. And MD Azhar is going to find that out over the next 4.5 hours. As we have Dhruv Sharon here with what appears to be a birdie putt.
Makeable one.
A very straightforward uphill putt. And
Micah's
nothing quite straightforward in this game, Mr. Swami. You know that you've seen it long enough. You've seen it all over the world, and now you're seeing it in the heart of Gujarat, Ahmedabad. What a fantastic city this is, and what a fantastic state. The vision of the state over the last decade and a half, it's just changed into something wonderful. How clean it is, and that's something that we can all learn from. It's and they've really promoted sports. And when you talk about what parties are doing for sport, Glade One has definitely played its part. Glade One presents Gujarat Open Golf Championship 2024. Has been a resounding success thus far. You see international players, domestic stalwarts, all competing here as well, young upstarts. So it's has everything on offer this week. And lo and behold, you also have two windows to watch live action. That's something which I think is not quite prevalent on other networks. And that's the reason that we tell you to come to ABP Network. This is where you'll get unadulterated action, live golf in the purest form. Manu Vandas packing punches early on like a pugilist. What appears to be another birdie, so he would move to 4 under par. On the right screen is Jairaj Singh Sandhu. The unmistakable pre-shot routine of Abhinav Lohan. Sporting a rather accentuated 5 p.m. shadow. As he would move off to hole number 3. Jairaj now. And for those of you who are joining us, we'd like to tell you we're live from Ahmedabad at the Glade One Golf Resort and Club for the Glade One presents Gujarat Open Golf Championship 2024, offering a prize fund of rupees 1 crore.
nice study of our leader.
Now Maniram. It's a pretty good putt. Mind you, the greens are rolling at a lightning 11.3 on the stimp meter. So they're not too far off if you compare them to Augusta National. I believe that's where you're headed to soon, Mr. Swami. So you'll find that the greens are not that different from what we are looking
No,
at.
I'm afraid the speed at Augusta sometimes is almost like 13. You know, I mean, and that is lightning, and you can even go further. I mean, those guys, I mean, the with their their underground systems, etc., to try it, they can really make it lightning fast, and they do it like virtually on a daily basis, depending upon how the scores are, how the weather is. So I mean, they have the most modern systems, and Augusta, I mean, which looks so pretty on the television screens, is actually very difficult to even walk on, let alone play. uh, no wonder it is the most coveted of the four majors, and one of the best known tournaments around the world. And here is Azhar, I'm sure. Nice
Yeah,
one.
that's
Nice
another
pop in there. Good
something
one.
else. Something else that's easy on the eyes is that putt by Muhammad Ali. It's easy
Absolutely.
as a Sunday morning and moves him to 10 under par. That's how you get it done. No case of nerves. I'm surprised for a first time, if I'm not wrong, first time leader on the final day. He's uh, he's acting
Well,
like
he's begun with no nerves. Oh, well,
he's definitely acting like that famous song from Vanilla Ice. It goes something like "Ice, Ice, Baby," and that's pretty much what's flowing in his veins, and he'll need that in droves as the day wears on.
I'm sure he's still probably, kind of, he's just shrugged off the double bogey right at the end of the third day, when he allowed a bit of distance to decrease between him and the field. I'm sure, but this morning, the moment he started off, that was a very good start for Mohammad Azhar. Maniram making sure that he doesn't allow the leader to get too far. And
Moirant taking his time with this one. It might look like a gimme, a tap in, an innocuous small little putt, but mind you, there's a little bit of break in this as well. Just about getting in from the left hand side of the cup. Doesn't quite matter how they go in as long as they end up inside the hole.
so that's the only result that matters, isn't it?
Yes,
Beauty is for the eyes.
This is Steel, and this is an idea. What happens when we join them? Something fantastic. Like Pravesh doors that never age, that save our forests, or customizable artiphone wardrobes that match your personality and are redefining modern homes. Tomorrow is shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel. We also make tomorrow.
precision ball striker, really good, strong ball striker. And also coming off a defense, his father also is from the forces, an armed forces officer. And in fact, his brother as well serving the nation. And Grant Chopra also has a good legacy of his own, a very good amateur. The only thing missing, I think, the feather on his cap is probably a victory. I think that's something which has always eluded him. He's always had a very good iron game. I think some place which has let him down a department would be the putting green. Has definitely been his Achilles heel, and he's tried a few permutations and combinations now, going with the broomstick putter.
We have the split screen once again. Kevin on the feed too.
Kevin reminds you a little bit of Robert Rock, who also opts to go without a hat or a visor. a rather unique routine does Kevin have. Hits the shots without a cap, but at times asks the caddy to hand him the cap and shade. So
That's when the sun becomes harsher.
I would think right now is the time for a cap. But either ways, we are snuggled comfortably in the commentary booth, so no such requirement for us. That chip really did veer off to the right hand side. From our players out on the golf course, Varun Chopra is definitely the standout. The American is 5 under par and 3 under for the tournament. Fantastic going by Varun. Only has 3 more holes to go, so let's see how he closes this round out. Might be the low round of the week.
Manu's had a quick start off the blocks also with a birdie start. So don't count him out. A little bit of, if there's a small slip from Azhar, Manu could actually pounce on it. He's also capable of really low scores, and that could make all the difference.
We've just gotten an update. It seems that Mohammad Azhar did indeed make a par on the first, so not quite sure that what that long putt was for. Maybe he erred somewhere. We'll soon find out. Vikrant Chopra playing alongside Badal Hussain and Arjun Sharma. That is Badal Hussain that we show. And on our screens is in live feed 2 is Angad Chima coming off a similar position as Kevin Steve Rigel did. A lot more cautious. But you can see there's a lot of break on that chip shot. That's an area of the game that he works a lot on and is not quite up to par with his long game. His chipping has not been on the same level, so as to speak. He's a good putter as well, a good ball striker, and surprisingly, even a good bunker player. But when it's on the short stuff, tends to struggle a little bit. Vikrant Chopra on live feed 1.
He's got Mukesh Kumar's ex-caddy. Mukesh Kumar's ex-caddy, loves wearing these pastel pants. His pastel green. Talks non-stop.
Saptak Talwar, leaving it well short.
Saptak needs a fast start today. He needs a couple of quick early birdies to make a charge somewhere. And if that doesn't happen, the holes will start running out on him.
As you have a look at Angat and Vikrant simultaneously trying to hold their birdie putts. Vikrant, look at that. So as I said, the moment that ball came off the putter face, it was he was not looking too comfortable. And there's a discernible difference between a player who's a good, comfortable putter and somebody like Vikrant who really does struggle on the greens. That was a quick jab and pulled it to the left. You saw it in the body language. Now you see Angad is a very comfortable putter. He putts well. You'll see. Tracking. and leaving it in the jaws. So maybe,
That's a big jaw.
yeah, unfortunately
Tap
for
in.
him, that's the difference between all these players. They're very good ball strikers, but it's on the putting green where they really do excel and separate themselves from the field. Now, Vikrant Chopra has a little bit of work for par as well, so that's what you don't want to do. His shot of the tee, his second shot was exemplary, great iron control, ball flight. I mean, he couldn't have placed it any better, but as far as putter is concerned, it's a different story. Reminds you a little bit of how Rory McIlroy doesn't struggle with the long game, but sure does have his putting woes.
I think it's a bit unfair to compare these guys with Rory McIlroy at this stage because they really would need a long, long way to go. So there it is. Polishes that off. A little bit of a testy one, but made no mistake.
So it's definitely a scoring opportunity for these players. You saw that the previous group was snuggled up very close to the green. Not so for
This
this one.
Jairaj coming off a none too good start, double bogey on the first, I think. So that's set
Yes,
him
you
back a bit.
need to make amends and sooner rather than later. It's a pretty inviting flag for a left-hand player.
Oh, nice bounce too.
Yeah, that's a favorable bounce, and that is a good angle as well, uphill.
He was probably trying to land it up there on that mound and allowing it to kind of float down.
Mohammad Azhar is really good from this yardage, about 65, 70 yards in. Really flights it low. Let's see how he does this time. Leaving it short. It's a rather underwhelming approach from there. I know that the flag pin position doesn't have. I mean, it's a steep downhill if you go beyond it, so the players are being a little conservative, but would have expected that to be a little closer from there. Let's see if the
Maniram also seems to be pretty much, very much in that same area.
let's see if the wily old campaigner can stuff this close in there.
The best part is that he doesn't take much time to execute his shot. He stands over the ball and boom,
Yeah,
there he goes.
that's not a good shot either, to be honest, from that range. So both these players are very average shots by their standards. Would have wanted to get closer.
Quick look at
Probably might be one of the quickest players ever on tour. Maniram doesn't take a practice swing either when putting or heading and just looks at it and executes. So, all things considered, I think that's just fantastic speed of play as well as the quality of play that he exhibits. And talking about quality, here is a connoisseur of quality, Manu Bandas.
the quiet worker, the quiet performer.
215 yards, his whole plays through. So Manu probably going with an easy 5 or maybe a 6 sign. You can tell a little bit from his finish. Seems to be a little more in control this time. Let's see where that is landed up. A little deceiving the camera angle. Ball did disappear out of view. Maybe that's in the sand trap.
Don't tell me he's having another one.
No, he's not. It's actually
Yeah, it's not
it's
him.
a visual trick when everybody's wearing the same shirt, so you're not quite able to discern. That's Drusharon.
Yeah, you're right. It's a bit distant. Yeah, it is. Almost had a scare.
Not quite sure where that has landed up either. So this, in the case of Sherlock Holmes, we'll have to see where the ball is.
Coming back to the lead group. The second hole. Azaz left himself a little bit of work to do there. But, you know, he gets it in, gets it down. That should be a good start for him for the day.
Is this hole going to be the site of a heartbreak? Only time will tell. The murky waters is lurking, waiting to catch any errant shot. I wonder when they do actually dry these up, they would find a flurry of golf balls there. Also leaving it short, pretty similar to what Anga Chima did from there. So maybe something that is unbeknownst to us. The grass is probably growing against the players. Jairaj now. Similar line to the one that Angad had. Similar length as well. Surprising, even he has left it a touch short. So there is something in the elements. Sometimes something that is not quite perceptible to the naked eye. Maniram, only two behind the leader. Manu Gandas has made a fast start. He's two under par, five behind the leader now. Angad Chima, one over for the day, three under for the tournament. Vikrant Chopra, level par for the day, one under for the day. Maniram, so close yet so far. This is not a gimme. And that's a very good morning to all our viewers. That's me, Shaurya, and that's Mr. Swami on my right hand side. As we look at the action today, looking at the electric blue pants of Maniram. I'd say that's
Money is still giving a good deep look at the cup. Well, you're not going to see that again. Now the tournament is finishing this afternoon, and you finished your job with that hole at least.
yeah, not only for this night. He'll be coming back again on the back nine.
Oh yes, of course.
So it's as they say, it's a tale of two cities. It's going to be rather interesting on the back nine. And for all of you who are tuning in for the first time, we'd like to thank you for joining us here at ABP Network. Professional Golf Tour of India hosts a lot of tournaments all throughout the length and breadth of this country, as well as joint sanctioned events with DP World Tour and even abroad in countries such as Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, Nepal, and a few others.
But right now, later this month, we're going to have two Challenger Tour events along with the DP World Tour, and that's going to be $300,000 each and present a massive opportunity. Remember, Om Prakash Chauhan won the Challenger in Bangalore, and that helped him get to the top of the order of merit on the Tata Steel PGTI Tour and make his way into the DP World Tour for 2024. He'll be back, I'm sure, for the two Challenger Tour events. He is currently trying his game out on the DP World Tour. Has not had too much of success there, but nevertheless gained a lot of experience, as did short, just between 6 inches and a foot. And maybe I suppose they expect it to be a bit more faster, roll a little more truer, and it's not happening there. So I mean, shaking his head.
There's a perceptible shine on the green, so it's a little difficult when the greens are rolling this quick. So just the direction in the grain, the way it grows, can confuse a player.
What a lovely view of the island green there. Glade 1 presents Gujarat Open 2024 from Glade 1 Golf Resort Club in Ahmedabad. It's just a few kilometers away from the center heart of the city. And what a place, what a state it has become with so many golf courses and a lot of new fresh faces coming out from the amateur ranks and into the professionals too. We've seen Varun Parekh winning from here. He won in TLF a couple of seasons back, and then we got Anshul Patel and many more guys there. I think taking golf to various parts of the country has actually been such a huge positive for the PGTI. And sponsors coming in, no tournament is less than a crore of rupees. And believe me, that's a lot of money. Last year in 2023, Om Prakash Chauhan made 1.18 CR, and that is a fair amount of money on domestic circuits probably. So PGTI probably has one of the best domestic tours apart from Japan and Korea, with a lot of prize purses, especially in Asia. So hats off to PGTI. I hope the commissioner, CEO Uttam Mundi is listening to it with all his team there. You guys have done a pretty good job there, and I'm sure the players are very, very happy and thankful for that.
It's a very good schedule that they have to play. Upwards of 20 tournaments a year, sizable prize fund, international field, and lovely golf courses as well. That's something that rarely gets mentioned. Our partners, especially like Glade One, they've been great benefactors of the game of golf, providing this wonderful track to the professional golfers. And a word of appreciation to the members as well, who are very, um, who play a large part in making this possible. They do have to curtail their playing schedule thanks to the professionals visiting their golf course. There you see a fantastic drone view of that marvelous stretch of holes and the clubhouse and the 18th green. As we have a look at the leader group, Kevin Steve Regel now on hole number 4. Still no hat.
This is not going to change the style midway through the round. Golfers are very superstitious.
Let's see where this ends up. 6 under par. Pretty much in a good position still to mount a challenge. That's a good shot there by Kevin. Really giving it a lot of elevation and compression. That's why the ball stopped well within a yard of its pitch mark. Now Saptak Talwar. Rehearsing that backswing. What will be interesting to note for our viewers will be the moment when this ball hits the green. You'll see there's a difference in the compression because his compression is a little higher than Kevin. You will see that the ball will actually come to rest a little quicker, maybe 10%. Also depends on the kind of shot that he intends to hit, but that is of averages that I speak of. Good shot, pretty similar result to Kevin Steve Regel. Also at the heart of the green. Good shot. Now Angad Chima. Has that forward shaft lean, the left wrist really gets into the shot. Hence, it's really high at times. He's one of the few players who has the ability of hitting long irons, towering long irons, and that's it's a unique characteristics of a top level player. Coming up a little short of the green, not too bad. Should be able to make up and down for par.
Animated conversation there. Kevin really trying to keep his mind, kind of focused. He's keeping himself like rather loose and not letting things flutter him.
Yeah, not one to be flustered is Kevin. He's a seasoned campaigner. Used to Indian conditions now, second year on tour. That does make a difference. He's already seen these golf courses once and knows how the travel works and the logistics around the tour, and getting used to that itself also helps the professional golfers.
And a birdie on the second, an early birdie, after the bogey on the first, also must have soothed his nerves. So having a nice conversation there with Saptak. See, of the leaders, the top four or five, I think all of them very tentative right now. Only Kevin's picked up a birdie, but he also dropped a shot earlier. Azhar and Maniram all pars, as was Saptak. Jairaj, of course, had a double to start with, but has steadied himself thereafter. Varun Chopra has been the pick so far. He's finished his round.
Life with Vedika, always full of altitude.
Consistent, decent, can actually contend a bit more stronger. He could actually make a bid to try and pick up his first win. That
Yeah, there's so many good
just
players.
just a little bit of a gap between being good and being winning.
Winning, if I'm not wrong, I think he did win the Q School.
Yes, he did.
That
Yeah.
itself was a pretty good victory as well. But winning on tour, there are a lot more factors that go into it. It's a little bit of things sort of turning your way as well. And I believe that if you're contending week in, week out, that itself is testament to the quality of your game. And he's one that does do that. So I think a win is always something that is a cherry on the cake. But if you can contend, you'll eventually win
Oh yes.
sooner rather than
The
later.
more you knock on the door, the sooner it will open.
Angachima now. It's a decent putt by Angad, leaving it about a foot and a half. Should be able to tap that in. On live feed too, appears to be Abhinav Lohan. A quick transition there. And that ball bounds over the green, and that's going to be a very difficult up and down from there. The ball is relatively all right, but would really need clean contact and still ensure that he doesn't decelerate on that chip shot. Not the easiest from over the green. Also have a look at Saptak, how he navigates this green.
Approaching the midway mark of the first nine. Hole number 4.
That's a good putt right there.
Good putt, but again about 8 inches short. I think that's been the range for most of these guys there. They've got the line, just the speed needs to be just a bit more of legs.
Kevin Steve Rigel cleaning up for his par. Neatly done. Angachima, we saw come from the front on the green. All right, so safely in the hole is Anga Chima, who will move on to hole number 5 as the leader group. Will walk up to hole number 4 now. There's a look at Kevin Steve Regal's swing. There's a little bit of Arnold Palmer. There's a little bit of Sevi in that swing.
Boys are going to be extremely thrilled at being compared with Sevi and Arnold Palmer, Nick Price earlier on, Fred Couples. That's a
Well,
who's who
just
of
a
global
similar
golf.
characteristics that they can draw from. I know for a fact that when we
But I'm sure they're all inspired by these legends.
Yeah, absolutely. I remember that in my playing days, you'd always try and emulate somebody's swing,
Oh,
and you
yes.
would think that this is something similar to what I'd want, and you end up actually swinging like that. I'm certain that somebody like Jitesh Sandhu would have looked at Adam Scott's swing a lot.
Oh, yes, he loves him. Adam Scott, I mean, that's his favorite player. There's
So
no question.
exactly, so they sort of model their game around how they are built and how they like to swing and maybe carry themselves. You see a lot of similarities, and often you'd see swashbuckling long hitters often idolize similar players. You'll never find a long hitter saying that my favorite player is somebody like sort of Corey Pavin or something of that like. It's always you're looking at
Don't let
similarities.
Corey Pavin know that.
Yeah, it's like similarities which you can draw from. So I would say medium short hitters are inspired by the best of that lot. Like maybe Zach Johnson would be the flag bearer for medium short hitters, and then how he gets it done. And then longer hitters would probably be looking to model their game around similar players with success and then similar body types. So you have something relatable. Money Ram on hole number 4 now.
Tell me, how much of YouTube did you see when you were growing up?
I'm pretty certain there wasn't much YouTube when I was growing up. So the option didn't really present itself.
I've had all these youngsters, kind of watching YouTube most of the time and trying to, they're trying to emulate their heroes and stars, and then, it's always something that they kind of, look up to. And why not, with so much of media now available for people to look after and look up to, I suppose it's all
Yeah, I think there's an overload of technology now. I think life is a lot more busier. Not quite sure if everything is that productive, but you have a lot more sources, data sources, means of saying that, and obviously there are advantages. One definitely does spring to mind is as we have a look at live feed one, what appears to be Dhruv Sharon. I had predicted that that's a difficult shot, and you can see the difficulty in that, how that scampered on. You really have to have the perfect contact and still accelerate, and it's a very difficult shot. And that's where one player that comes to mind is Anirban Lahiri. Spent so much time around the greens in those embedded sort of lies, and I've seen him practicing that. And even when he was an amateur, he's very particular
he
about
works
that.
very, very hard.
And even Himmat Rai, for that fact, from that similar shot, they're exceptionally good, and that's what actually makes the difference. Players spend a lot of time putting, hitting balls, but it's these kind of shots which actually you maybe get you get one such shot around. Definitely, even if you're a good ball striker, and if you can make that up and down, that makes the world of a difference. Talking about Anirban Lahiri and how he's flourished, it's really improved his game after heading to live, and the kind of finishes that he's had. Um, he's playing really well, and now we're talking about qualifying for the Olympics. You have so many good players: Gaganjeet Bhullar, Shubhankar Sharma playing so well on. He's playing on the DP World Tour. Gaganjeet Bhullar playing several tours. Chika Rangappa, Chaurasia, who's been a regular at quite a few Olympics, if I'm not wrong.
Oh, well, he's been to one, the 2016 one, the 2020 was Anirban and Udayan Mane. So actually, if Anirban makes it, it'll be his third one in a row, while Aditi is certain to make it for the third time this year, and also well placed on the women's section is Diksha Daga, who actually got off to a great start along with Pranavi in Tampa, Florida in the Aramco series. So I think Indian golf, men or women, all of them doing pretty well, and there's a lot to look forward to.
Well, there you see a shot dropped that's a little bit about course management, missing it there, and then I think you can be a lot more aggressive of those approaches if you have that short game dialed in, especially
Oh,
from those tricky lies.
well, you
And
need to get them. And look at that fantastic pose, Manu Gandas,
yeah,
crouching
that's
like a tiger.
it's a little bit. That's a hybrid Camilo Villegas,
Yes,
a hybrid
indeed.
Superman, Spider-Man rather. That's what they used to call it. And fantastic to see him back in the thick of things with a victory after quite a few unfortunate, the loss of his daughter and so on and so forth. It's very difficult to come back from those sort of things. So it's heartening to see. I'm sure a lot of golfers, Camilo Villegas was the epitome of style, class, and good to see good things happening to good people as you have a look at Jairaj and Manu. Now, Manu would have benefited a little bit from Dhruv Sharon's chip. I have an idea which way this will break. Should break from his right. Oh, unfortunately, a little bit of a miscue. Looked a little tentative on that one. Mohammad Azhar, meanwhile, going along fairly well with three pars. This is a golf course that par is never a bad score. It's going to be a low scoring week, so par is never going to hurt you. Money Ram as well. Good start for him. Kevin Steve level par as well after four. Saptak Talwar, four straight par. Gerard Sandhu steadying the ship somewhat after that unfortunate double on the first hole. Abhinav Lohan now. Good putt there by Abhinav Lohan. Now our leader, Mohammad Azhar, with the downhill putt. Looks like he's got the line, but didn't quite have the legs. It's not the easiest putt, and not done and dusted by any stretch of imagination. Downhill, breaking a little to his left. Well done. Money round now with the mere formality here.
Birdie's still not coming the way of the leaders there. I mean, I think everybody's getting a little tentative out there at the top. So there's not really been much of a movement despite this being the final day. Maybe the action will begin on the second nine, as they say. The tournament begins on the back nine on Sunday. In this case, it's the Saturday. So the back nine on the final day, that's when everybody goes all out.
Yeah, it's a case of now or never. I'm not, I mean, not to be a pessimist, but not quite certain how many similar opportunities is Mani Ram going to get. This seems to be the perfect storm of sorts for him. This is the kind of golf course that he can actually contend. It's not too long. It's also unforgiving on errant shots and does sort of reward good short game as well. So all the ingredients for him to win, and don't have many similar tracks throughout the year, and especially when his game is seemingly firing on all cylinders. So if he is to win, I would think such opportunities are it's almost a guilt-edged opportunity for him that he cannot afford to let go.
There's Angad just off the green, off the fairways. I'm sorry. Very largish greens then, and today this pin at least seems to be pretty generous, right in the heart of it. A lot of space around it. Kevin Regal. Must be quite a change to move from alpine skiing to golf, but then it's also a testimony to his grit, having injured himself pretty badly in skiing. He took off and made his way into the world of golf, and he's done a pretty decent job of getting into pro golf here. I'm sure he has higher hopes, he has higher ambitions. It's an awful lot of number of swings there. Still fairly short there. Saptak did get a good look at it, but still not exactly tap in range, almost like 6 to 7 feet. He'd have liked to get it another couple of feet in, closer to the cup. There's Regal from off the green. Oh my god, that is not what you want to see. That was a complete duff. That's going to be very, very costly. So now to come on to the edge, the apron. Rather, it's actually right at the edge. I mean, so he's decided to now take the putter. I'm sure he is livid at himself. On the final day, a shot thrown away like that, a shot gone like that, is going to be very, very costly, not just in terms of money, but also for the mental well being. Second time around, that's much better. Now it's a tap in, but that is going to stay with him for a bit more. That duff. Gets it down. Quite upset with it. And now Saptak takes a quick look as we also have the second screen, the live feed 2. Saptak's coming off a string of pars, and I'm sure he's itching to pick up a gain or two.
Look at Angad Chima now on your live feed 1. Angad Chima. Here on this par 5 hole number 5. The putter is safe to say that's a bulky putter right now. It's not really acquiescing to Angad's wishes and opting to clean this up. This always gets me a little jittery when players don't take the requisite amount of time. I, for one, take all the time required. So, but if these players can do that, that's the best thing. Saptak now, lining up for what appears to be his birdie, unless he was able to get here in 2. Opting to go with the lower hand down. That helps to eliminate wrist hinge. Oh, that was a very positive looking stroke. Just unfortunately skimming the hole. Look at Dhruv Sharon. Dhruv Sharon playing hole number 6. The exquisitely designed hole number 6. Narrow fairway and imperative to get your ball on the correct level on the green. Otherwise, you have a really difficult putt coming up. Dhruv now lining up his putt. We are through about a third of the final day's play, little under that. Here at the Glade 1 presents Gujarat Open Golf Championship 2024. On your screens is Manu Gandas, number one ranked player on the 2022 season. And a winner already this year. The first tournament of the year was won by him. And we can see feed number 2 with what appears to be Muhammad Azhar, or yeah, I think that's Muhammad Azhar playing hole number 5. That's a really good shot. Getting that backspin as well. Abhinav Lohan, very deliberate in his rehearsal of the putting stroke. Very good iron striker when he has his swing on song. Used to go to the Mike Bender Academy back in the States. I'm not quite certain if he is still working with the same coach. That incidentally also was the coach of Zach Johnson. A very similar looking swing, similar looking game, and I think comes back to my theory that the players are always looking for coaches who somebody they can identify with.
Yeah, probably the build, the attitude, the demeanor. And I suppose everybody has their own favorite. Otherwise, everybody, there'll be only one favorite and no one else. So I suppose having your favorites is quite understandable. And trying to work your game around in a similar manner is also understandable. But to reach the top, there's a lot there. I mean, hard work, grit, and the hunger. And I think above all, the biggest thing is hunger. Do you have the hunger? Yes. Then you have a great chance of getting up there.
I thought you asked me a question there. I didn't know if you were being literal or metaphorical.
No.
So
I'm talking about the professional
I
stuff.
thought
No.
I can
I'm
answer
not.
both for you, Mr. Swami. Literally speaking, I am a little hungry. I think it's what they say, lunchtime. And metaphorically, yes, of course, we are all hungry for greatness, and so are these players. They know what it means to win on the professional golf tour of India. They know that it's not going to be easy. There's a massive, sizable check on offer for the winner, as well as a 2-year additional exemption on tour, world ranking points, and bragging rights as well. And once you're a winner, you just in rarefied air. You see yourself
Absolutely.
differently. I mean, it's a fact that there's a winner and then there's everybody else. It takes a lot to win a professional tournament. You have to beat 126, 130 entrants. It's not like any other game, which is a knockout. You really have to beat all the scores. So you know that you've been the best man or woman that week. Jairaj opting to roll that up. That's a nifty chip. Will leave him all of 7 feet or so for his birdie.
The right side, Azhar. Jairaj marks his ball. Azhar still taking a keen look at it. He's not quite got off the blocks as he would have hoped for on the final day. Neither has Mani Ram. The two-shot gap between them continues to exist, and we are at the midway stage of the first nine on the final day. Azhar again faltering just that little bit, not getting that that surety, that kind of a cool assuredness that he had with the putter yesterday in the early stages of the third round. That seems to be missing right now. Jairaj calming himself after that none too happy double bogey start to the final day. This fifth hole is one that everybody, or rather most of the guys, would be looking forward to picking up a shot, and even a bar looks like you've actually lost a shot. Inside, the greens are just proving to be a bit of a bother for almost all the players. I mean, there has really been not too many confident putts today. We saw Kevin actually fluffing and dropping a shot on that par 5, which must have really hurt him. Nevertheless, with the others also not making any big moves or any moves at all, Kevin can still kind of console himself that the others are not getting away. So that's the end of it. Now we get on to the seventh hole. With our pink trio of Dhruv Sharan, Manu Gandas, and Abhinav Lohan. So that's two golf balls on the green on the par 3 seventh. That's the first part of the job done. These are long putts. Both the golf balls there are quite long putts, demanding putts. But then on a final day, you need to get a couple of putts like that to make a charge. Manu Gandas. Now that was a good one. It has to stop. Yes, it does. It's a makeable putt, around 8 feet or so from the naked eye, but I could be a little different. We're still seeing it on the screens. But Manu Gandas will need that putt to try and get into the picture somewhere. Azhar is not getting the birdies, but he's also not letting go. He's hanging in there. He's not making too many or rather mistakes in the form of not getting the birdies, but certainly not dropping shots. That's a quick and fast one from our man. Maniram wants willing the ball to go right. He's coming off a birdie on the fifth hole, the par five, where his compatriots did not quite manage to pick up a birdie. So he was the only one. So he's actually closed down the gap now to one shot. So that must be making Mohammad Azhar a bit wary. Late on the third day, he was as much as 5 shots away. And right now, 5 holes into the final round, Maniram is breathing down his neck. Just one shot behind. Azhar started the day at 9 under. Maniram was 7 under. Maniram has made some ground with that one birdie on the par 5 fifth. On a day like this, the final day, when the gaps, when everybody, the leaderboard is crowded, even the smallest of movements can make a difference. Mohammad Azhar, the leaderboard right now showing Mohammad Azhar at 9 under, Maniram at 7 under, Kevin at 5 under, Pranav Mardekar, who had an eagle, is now 4 under through 6 holes. He had an eagle on the par 5 fifth. Abhinav Lohan is 4 under. And on the left side, Dhruv Sharan picks up the ball, not happy, leaves it a little bit short. I mean, that's not really dropping in. You need a couple of long ones to go to get your confidence back, get your confidence in on the final day to make a charge of sorts. Abhinav Lohan and Dhruv Sharan talking about it. And Manu Gandas gets down to the job on the left side. And here is Kevin Regal on the right frame. Abhinav Lohan on the left screen. Saptak on the right side. No, the putts are not falling today, and it's been the common theme all over the place. Even anything under 10 feet has been rarely the case when they've actually managed to drop them in. So the greens actually being pretty frustrating for most of the players out there, and not a good sign on a final day.
Yeah, also because of the wind and the time of day, greens get even a little faster than what they were in the morning. So 11.3, you're safe to assume they might be playing to about 11.5. Slick greens, undulations, and maybe a case of frayed nerves on the final day as well. So
That's true.
we have a concoction of things, not really lending itself well through good putting. And buttressing our point there is Saptak with that missing that rather innocuous putt. So that was a really short putt that he missed.
फ्रूटनिक इलेक्ट्रो प्लस रिहाइड्रेट फील अलाइव।
काम घर में कर रहे हों या बाहर या किसी बीमारी से उबर रहे हों, आप बिना जाने डिहाइड्रेट हो सकते हैं। रोज जरूरत है फ्रूटनिक इलेक्ट्रो प्लस रिहाइड्रेट। इसका अनोखा R3 फॉर्मूला इलेक्ट्रोलाइट रिस्टोर करे, ग्लाइकोजन रिप्लेनिश करे और मसल्स का तनाव कम करे तुरंत एनर्जी के साथ।
फ्रूटनिक इलेक्ट्रो प्लस रिहाइड्रेट।
As a golf viewer or a fan, then you can definitely head on over to Glade One Golf Resort and Club and watch these players fight it out for that eventual prize of 15 lakh and then some for the winner. And for the entire field, you have one CR to play for. There's a lot of money this year on tour. There's been an increase over the last few years, and the players are better for it. You have a lot of international players coming down to play on the Professional Golf Tour of India. As we have a look at these players hitting their second shot on the sixth hole. It's a very narrow target, a sliver of a green. You need to get your yardages right. Money Ram now only a solitary shot behind Mohammad Azhar. I did think that this is going to be the kind of course that he can get it done. He's been a winner on the feeder tour, so he definitely knows a thing or two about winning a tournament. That should hold him in good stead. Jairaj now been able to steady the ship somewhat after that double bogey on the first. Also airmailing it. So not the best of shots. There is an elevation change. This is not the easiest approach shot either. Pretty short, maybe all of 100 yards and maybe even inside that, but not that easy to get it close to the stick. Pranav Madrikar coming along well at 4 under, 2 under for the day. Maniram, 1 under for the day, 8 under for the tournament. First look, I think, at hole number 18, the ominous hole number 18. If you look at the scorecard, might be fooled. It only plays to 350 odd yards, but when you actually start playing, land up on the tee, you realize that there's a lot more to it than what is shown on the scorecard. What a beautiful sight right there. That is Shamim Khan, if I'm not wrong, obfuscated somewhat by that shrubs and the trees. Also safely in the fairway, which is imperative here. You have to hit the fairway, otherwise the chances of finding yourself on land diminish greatly. I group will walk towards the fairway as you can have a look at what Jairaj faces. It's not going to be an easy two putt from here. He has his work cut off if he has to avoid another drop shot here. Yardage control is so important on this golf course. It's not really about hitting it long, it's about hitting it to a number. Something that both Maniram and Mohammad Azhar really need on this back nine if they are to try and win this tournament. We also have an update. Vikrant Chopra making two birdies, one on hole number 6 and one on 9, and he would move to 3 under par. So he's definitely helping his campaign and his cause by making those birdies. If you can shoot maybe a 4 under on the back nine, get to about a 7 under score, that might be good enough depending on how Muhammad Azhar and Maniram navigate the rest of their round. Maniram in a definite spot of bother is out of view. That's never an easy shot when you can't quite see the flag. That's a really good shot by Maniram. If you want to learn how to play the game from in and around the green, look no further than Maniram.
Vikrant Chopra is making a move up there, and he looks like a good candidate for a top 10 finish there. Two birdies on the front nine, the first nine, I would say. It's a long one there for Jairaj.
Let's see if he gets the speed right. Line should not be too difficult coming from there. Doesn't seem like there's too much break in it.
It's broken off. I mean, he just needed a bit more of a push to keep that going straight. But unfortunately,
That's a very good effort from there, though. All of 40 feet, and he's been able to snuggle it about a foot and a half. So good putt by Jairaj there. There we have Kevin lining up his putt as well on hole number 7, the par 3. We saw the flag stick on the back nine here on the front right of this hole. The seventh place to a yardage of 169 yards. So back flag probably playing to about 175. Nothing more than a 7-iron for these players. 8 for a majority of them. Seems to have got it. And slight fist bump says that that would have been a birdie. Assuming that it is indeed a birdie, he would move to 6 under par, putting a little bit of pressure on Mohammad Azhar. Money Ram now, surveying his putt. Slippery downhill putt. We saw Jairaj's putt veer off to the right in the end, so Money Ram should ideally be aiming somewhere around left edge. Money Ram now. Let's see if he's able to make this putt. It's a pivotal putt. And unfortunately, we are off to the right. in
Just
similar
grazed
fashion.
past. I mean, that's been the recurring theme.
Dropping a hole on this fairly straightforward hole. Dropping a shot, my apologies. Not be feeling too good about that. That would see him move 2 shots behind Muhammad Azhar.
Azhar cleans it up. But still, there is a lot of golf to be played, and the players are still very, very tentative, is my feeling. Though I don't know what you think, Shaurya. Do you think there's a bit of nervousness, tentativeness?
Oh, in the middle of the round is hardly any of that. It's just the elements now. All the golfers are settled in. There's just going to be nerves at the start of a round and probably on hole number 18. Apart from that, they're consummate professionals. Wouldn't really get deterred by any of these things. But yes, the greens are difficult. You can see that the flag is starting to flutter a little bit. That means that the wind is picking up, makes it a lot more difficult, especially on slick greens. And you're safe to assume they're probably playing at about 11.5 on the stimp. That does really add to the degree of difficulty. So it's not going to be easy for the players now. Pranav Madrikar also opting to go without a cap. La Kevin Regel. I always remember that whenever I did try it gave me a little bit of a headache. So cap does sort of provide some sort of a defense against the elements. Now on the tee, hole number 7, the par 3. Money round should be looking to make birdie here. Make amends for the mistake of the previous hole. The first off is Muhammad Azhar. Likes to work the ball from right to left. That should work towards the flag, and that's really well done. Employing, really using the contours of the green. I didn't quite know that there'd be such a severe break from there, but he definitely
That one was a good one after a long time. I haven't seen some good ones like that.
definitely knows the lie of
Shamim.
the land.
Shamim, that's the man.
Good putt by Shamim, and kudos to Muhammad Azhar for really utilizing the slopes and hitting that to within 10 feet. Let's see what route Gerard chooses, whether he'll also hit a lower one that rolls a little and then uses a slope, or play a game of darts and go right at it. Also, was looking to emulate, yes, and he's got that slope as well, and that's getting better as we speak. I mean, this they're painting a picture like Picasso. What fantastic two golf shots, really utilizing the lie of the land, and this is where a professional really separates himself from an amateur. Money round now. Let's see if he will be joining suit as well. Going straight at the flag and being penalized for the same. Should have tried to aim a little bit further to the left, but started straight on the flag stick. So he's going to have his work cut out in order to make par.
Then again, that bump there kept it. You're right. I mean, the wind, the green speed, everything contributing ever so small and adding up. All those things adding up and making things a little more trickier. Glade 1 presents Gujarat Open 2024. We are live from Glade 1 Golf Resort and Club in Ahmedabad. Mohammad Azhar continues to lead at 9 under. He's had a string of pars, missed a few birdie chances, hasn't been able to convert any, has at times looked a bit tentative. The greens have not helped either. Trickier, and as Shaurya was mentioning, a bit of breeze there. And as the afternoon progresses, the greens are getting faster and becoming a little difficult to read. And I'm sure the pin positions and the chief referee.
This is Tata Steel, and this is an idea. So, what happens when you join them? Something remarkable, like the material of the future. Fiber reinforced polymers that goes beyond steel, that is high on strength and corrosion resistance, and is cost effective. A material that will be used in foot overbridges, the insides of railway compartments, and electric vehicles, as also an infrastructure for smart cities. Tomorrow is shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel. We also make tomorrow.
He started Pranav Madikar had a nice eagle on the par 5 fifth. He's moved up and he is 2 under. In fact, of the people up there, the on the final day, the man who's actually made the charge today is Varun Chopra. He finished with a 5 under 67. My
That's one of the
God,
risks
that
that,
is not
coming out of that
what
rough.
money round would have thought.
Yeah, coming out of the rough, not the easy shots. Ball lying a little below the surface, and also below his feet as well, nestled down. The flagstick really near. It's probably one of the most difficult shots to execute.
Whoa, she made up for that.
Yeah, he did. That's really well done by Maniram, making par.
He needs a couple of those things like that to keep his charge up there. He dropped a shot a little earlier on the 6th, and I think this kind of a chip in there from for him would be quite a compensation, or at least a consolation. Keeps his chin up, still going towards the end of the first 9. So that was a nice one.
That's a shot in the arm for Maniram that will really help him.
And I'm sure you are
ease his
happy too.
nerves.
He's your man.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel that it's about time he's paid his dues, done the hard yards, and rewarded with that chip in. A little disappointed with the tee shot though. He should have tried to play more towards the left hand side, especially after seeing the first two. Unless it was a miscue, to my knowledge, it just looked it started straight at the flag, so maybe a rather aggressive line by him. But as they say, all is well that ends well. 18th is definitely going to make things a lot interesting. Final few groups have to play this hole twice. Although the tee is has been pushed up a fair bit, so making the hole a little easier. Jairaj now, after that brilliant approach shot off the tee, rather brilliant tee shot, makes his birdie. Jairaj would move to 5 under par. I'll look at the 18th. This is a really good feature. Shows you the ball flight that is being employed by the players. And right fade. And Kevin opting to go with a tight draw, turning from right to left.
There is Shaurya back of the screen, and of course to his right, that's me, Krishna Swami.
Yeah, it's been interesting, Mr. Swami. Thus far, this tournament has produced, some surprise leader and a surprise second place person as well. In the name of Maniram and Mohammad Azhar, you're not seeing the usual suspects, so as to speak. Is that more to do with something the way the golf course is set up and how the greens are playing? What's your take on that?
It's also, I feel, there is a lot of depth in Indian golf now. As we were talking earlier yesterday, also, there is any number of players who can actually contend any week. And if you look at the quality of the field, even at the Q school, I mean, it was pretty stiff. The international players coming in have actually, taken the quality of golf a couple of levels higher. The cuts are much more better now. So, I mean, the errors are not tolerated anymore. The scoreboard doesn't want that anymore. They want some quality golf. And we've been seeing that when you make any mistakes, they can prove actually costly. So you've got to be consistently good. And as the old saying, of course, I mean, it's a cliche, make birdies, make sure you don't give away bogeys. And I think that adage still stands. So we are seeing some really close competition. I mean, this week the scores have been also pretty low. I mean, pretty tough. The golf course has been tricky. I mean, despite the fact that there's been two 9-hole rounds and two 18-hole rounds.
I suspect you just coined that one, but either way, it rings true. But it is a case of greenhorns leading the tournament. Mohammad Azhar, Mani Ram, they are in unfamiliar territory. And so to speak, they're almost behind enemy lines. They have to ensure that they come back unscathed. You do see the likes of Manu Gandas, Angad Chima a few times. Vikrant Chopra is contending a lot. Kapil Kumar, who's at 13th position. Adil Bedi, no stranger to contending. Akshay Sharma has finished runner-up on a few occasions as well. So quite a few good players here, and to come up tops would really be a stupendous achievement for Mohammad Oblique Maniram, and even Kevin Steve Regal for that matter. I mean, he's not in his home country. He's not even playing his first sport. He would rather be sliding down the snowy slopes of the Andes, but here he is playing golf, so he can do both. It's one of those internet memes where they say, you have a person probably in the gym and then dressed up formally. So maybe for him, it's his not quite sure what they call it when they ski, the skiing suit, or either way, it's that and his golf attire. So definitely a man of many facets and an Olympian, a winter Olympian. So and there on hole number 18 was
How
all
cool
is-
would that be, if Kevin at some point were to qualify for the golf competition at the Olympic Games too? I mean, now that it's there, so he'd be a double Olympian at the Winter and the Summer Olympics, and that would, I think, be pretty unique.
Yeah, that would be unique, and I'm sure that that's something that is pretty much in the realm of possibilities. This tour provides you world ranking points. We've seen that it's been possible. Udayan Mane has done it, playing on the PGTI, winning 4 or 5 times that calendar year, and that's something that Kevin can hope to achieve. These are some really important tournaments for players who wish to qualify for the Olympics this year. Unfortunately for Udayan, not having a similar form as he did the last time around, the game has been a lot more inconsistent. You thought he would step on to, he'd get on to bigger and better things. Um, Great putt by Angachima, but not quite able to take off after that Olympics. It's been a little inconsistent all throughout these years. He has a lot of promise, and I'm pretty certain that he'll work on shortcomings as we have a look at Manu here at the very interesting hole number 9/18. Same green played twice and three very good shots. That's how it's done. Kevin Steve Regal. Perfect.
Yeah,
That would move
that
to
dipped
7 under
in
par.
nicely. I mean, it died into the hole. That was a nice one. That should pep him up a bit. He's had a bit of an up and down. What's that routine, Shole?
That's something that I'm not too sure of, to be honest. I'm just thinking of making something up at this point in time, but I think I'll give that a pass. It's probably just to keep a little more connected. You want to make sure that your arms are connected with the
Oh
center.
my God! I
And,
mean, he missed it. That he missed by a distance.
yes, a lot of players try to just make sure the sternum is centered and the arms are connected, not sort of flailing all around. So maybe one of those things where Obviously, he's struggling with putting, it seems. That was just a straight pull. This tee had us fooled the last time around. We thought it was the green. It's a lot of visual subterfuge going on over here, confusing us with sights of beauty. And I'm pretty certain that the viewers feel the same way. You look at this majestic golf course and the properties around, and that swimming pool looks pretty inviting as well. Not for the players, though. Maybe after the round. You never want to take a dip during the round.
Of course not. That would be
It'd be
disastrous.
interesting to note, though, if somebody wins the tournament and does actually jump in the water. You see that a lot on
Oh, yes, you do see a lot of that, Yes, indeed.
in the
That's
international tours. I think this might be something that they can start. Maybe just dive head first if you're a good swimmer. That might be something interesting as well. We're seeing the group behind teeing off on hole number 18. Maybe somebody can surprise us by going for this green. Maybe making things a little more interesting.
the pace is a bit slow mainly because if you have to use the same holes there, there would be times when there is a bit of a slight hold up, just because of logistical reasons rather than anything else. That nice putt which we saw from Kevin for a birdie on the 8th has pushed him just a wee bit more up, and he is now tied second with Maniram. Despite those bogeys on the 1st and the 5th, I can't but help repeating that fluff on the 5th, which cost him a shot. Kevin Regal is very much in the frame, just two behind our leader, Mohammad Azhar.
Well, sometimes errors can spur you on to greatness, and maybe that was just the litmus that he, rather, it's not the litmus, it's the impetus that he required for him to start making some birdies. We've seen Abhinav Lohan really deliberate with the putter and trying to ensure that the path stays as intended. Not on that occasion, unfortunately. That would not be a birdie for him. Abhinav Lohan cleaning up for his par there. From the others, out of the golf course, the best score thus far is Varun Chopra 5 under par. Rohan Dhole Patil having a really nifty back nine and a 4 under back nine to help him get to 3 under par for the day and 1 under for the tournament. This is a tournament that being under par is really would feel like an achievement. Very difficult golf course in the way that scoring is set up, not as far as length of the tee, but it's quite penal, especially if you miss the greens, as we saw Money Ram there struggling from off the greens. The rough is high. The ball does tend to nestle down. Manu Gandas now. Rashid Khan surprisingly playing really out of character today. 2 over par after 9. We thought that he would be mounting a challenge and putting the fear in the leaders, but not to be. He's unfortunately Manu also missing it on the lower side, so seems to be a case of wrong reads for both these players. And Rashid Khan's round is also a double bogey on the par 5, a birdie, and then a bogey on hole number 8. So definitely won't be going away with the winner's check, but a good back nine can help him get near to the top 10. From the others who've finished their round, Yash Majumdar, 1 under for the day. Arjun Puri with a good round, 1 under par as well. You have Sarthak Chibbar, 2 under par for the day. Mukesh Kumar turning the clock back, 1 under par for the legend. It just shows you the kind of game that he still has, almost nearing 60, if I'm not wrong, 56, 58, and still producing that kind of golf that would be the envy of many. Very consistent golf by Mukesh. If you look at his scorecards for the week, no bogeys in the second round, just a solitary bogey in the first round. So has a still really has a lot of ball control. Likes to favor the left-right shots, and I won't be surprised if he wins the tournament. If you maybe this year, next year, and establishes a record that would never quite be challenged again as the oldest winner on the PGTI. If there's anyone who can do it, it's Mukesh Kumar. He has the pedigree and all the implements required for this job. Anshul Kabatial, um, having a difficult time. Started off the first hole with a double, second hole double, then came back with quite a few birdies to be 1 over after 9. Sukra Bahadur Rai as well, having a rather unexpectedly difficult start with double and 4 bogeys over the next 6 holes to be 6 after 6, but has come back really strong. Made 5 birdies and now at 2 over par for the day. On your screens is the leader. Just leaving that a little shy on hole number 8, but that should be good enough for a par for Mohammad Azhar, who would remain at 9 under and 2 shots ahead of his playing partners, Kevin Steve Regal and Maniram, at 7 under par, and further 2 shots behind Abhinav Lohan and Angad Chima alongside Jairaj Singh Sandhu, who's now on your screens.
We have the lead group on our screens, as Shaurya was mentioning. Maniram. This is the 8th. He drops it in. That was a lovely putt there, out there. And he is smiling. It's a huge, huge smile. Obviously, a gain like that is going to do a world of good for him. He's had a couple of very nice putts there. He had a good one on the 5th, and now again here on the 8th. And I think that should mean a lot for him. And it should put him in the it's been a bit of a struggle for Jairaj. I mean, he's not getting the putts to drop. He had a double bogey to start with. Later, he made up with a birdie on that par 3 7th, which was a pretty good one. He's only 5 shots behind the leader, or rather 4 shots behind the leader, with almost like 10 holes to play, and anything can happen. So he's very much there in the frame, but he needs to make a charge soon, or time will be running out on him. Azhar may not have made too many mistakes, but he's not made mistakes. He's not dropped shots, but he's also not picked any shots. As a leader, he would have felt, or he would have wanted to make a fast start on the final day. It's not quite happened. The others have had kind of a rocky road, a bit of up and down. Like Kevin Regal has had 3 birdies and 2 bogeys. Maniram, 2 birdies and 2 bogeys. Abhinav Lohan, 2 birdies and a bogey. So it's all happening for all of them. Azhar has stayed steady, not dropped, but neither has he picked any shots. Sometimes steady play, consistent play, keeping a cool demeanor also pays rich dividends, and Azhar is hoping that'll be the case for him as he tries to get closer to what will be his maiden win on the Tata Steel PGTI Tour. 24 years of age, the professional from Vikarabad has a lot of potential. He's shown some great heart, he's shown determination, he's shown a lot of focus. 24 years of age. Kevin Regal. I'm sure he's erased those memories of the fluff on the fifth. That was a bit of a jab. He needs the ball to turn. Yes, it's going. Now stops. Another frame, the live feed 2 on the right side. I'm quite intrigued by Kevin's habit of taking off his hat at times and then putting it back there. Usually, he probably gets disturbed with the hat while playing, while in action. Now, it's not happening for him today. Subtactile was it's been a little demoralizing. The putts are just not falling. He had a double bogey too on the par 4-6, so it's not been a great day for him so far. 2 over, and from far from making a charge, he's actually fallen back a fair bit, and he is now just 2 under and 7 shots behind, and the form not looking so great. On the right side, you see in those blue trousers, Shamim Khan, the evergreen Shamim Khan, playing along with Michel Orsolani of Italy and Pranav Mardikar, the Eagle man, who had an eagle on the par 5 fifth. They're right now on the 10th. I think I've cracked the riddle of the cap and Kevin Regal. He doesn't like wearing it when he's playing, and he puts it back when he's walking off.
Exactly. That's what I said. It seems a very tedious task to do time and again, and especially he does that with his shades as well. And we see that Maniram is now one shot behind, and the lead has dwindled
He had
to.
a fantastic putt on the eighth, and I think he really sported a big, huge smile after that.
It's really nice, and that golf is a game of momentum, especially when things are getting to the business end. You saw the chip shot on hole number 7. That was just instrumental in getting all this done. Have a look at the top 10 scores, and um, these would be updated obviously soon. And this is
There's
the
Azhar on 9. That's a score after 7 holes. Regal 7 under after through 8. And Mani Ram playing alongside Azhar is also 7 under after 7. And these are the three guys right there in the thick of it. Of course, don't count out either Lohan or Ankat Chima or Jairaj Singh Sandhu, the trio at 5 under. And speaking of Jairaj, here he is.
Yeah, we're at the signature hole of this golf course, the leader group, Jairaj Singh Sandhu. Let's see how he fares. Rather benign this time around, hole 9. Not playing very difficult. We've seen all the players safely landing on the beachhead, so as to speak. Nobody yet experiencing the rough tides of the water. He's also safely on land. Now the flag a little aflutter now with the wind, and you can see how that does cause a little bit of consternation to our leader because he has to reassess his choice and his shot selection. You can see that there's a little bit of discourse going on between the caddy and player, and now they're trying to figure out the maze, what to hit from these 80 odd yards out, whether to flight it low or pitch it right. And you can see that he's also having a swig of water. So there's a
Calm
lot
himself
going,
down.
there's a lot going on here. You can see him drying his right hand as well. So there's a little bit of perspiration that comes on when you're a little anxious. And now he's looking at the yardage again. So all these are signs. These are the small signs, telling signs that the player is unsure of the shot and the yardage and the water. If anything, actually also adds to the stress of the shot. Now he's actually changing his club. You see, there are a lot of thoughts. Now he'll go through his entire routine again, and that's imperative that he does that because that would let him get free and just commit to the shot. Often you'd make these changes and just go on ahead. Now that he's already gone through his routine, he would commit to the new strategy that he and his man Friday have agreed upon. Let's see if that is indeed the right strategy that they cemented. That's a good shot right there. Perfect yardage, a little to the left, safety first approach, and good shot.
Well, he doesn't want to make any mistakes. He's gone through 8 pars in a row and he doesn't want any mishaps.
Yeah, now Maniram, I suspect this is going to be peppered all over the flagstick.
He has to go for it. And I think he is, after a birdie or two, I mean, he is also in a good frame of mind. I love this guy. He doesn't take any time.
That's a good shot as well by Maniram, not really wasting much time. I have been paired alongside him, and I remember it
He
was
did?
definitely.
Wonderful.
Yeah, no, not for him, for me. So I could take all the time I wanted, and he was just. He reminds me a little bit of the cartoon Flash. My son really likes it these days. He runs around the house, and Sonic as well. Another one for all the nubile parents that did know these cartoons like the back of their hand. And as you have a look at Saptak here,
Now, this is a group that I think really has been, I mean, this group, Angachima has been on fire last 3 holes, birdies.
let's see if he gives it a similar heavy hit like he did the first time. That was really bludgeoned the first time around. Look at that turn. That's a lot of power. I mean, it's very difficult to get that sort of a turn unless you're athletically primed and well built. And lucky for him, he's all those things and more.
I'm a little intrigued. I mean, Angad had a birdie, I think, on the ninth, but did he give the honor away to Saptak?
Not quite certain on that. Wind, the caddy is gesticulating. It's left to right.
Yeah, another birdie or two for Angad could really make things good for him. And I think that will, if he can pull this off, he can. I mean, he's just three behind right now with a full nine holes left.
Let's have a look at this swing. You'll see right before taking the club back, he puts the left hand a little ahead, a slight forward press that it really comes back into the ball at the same angle. It's not quite happy with that. That's flared it out to the right, it seems again. Might find himself on the beach. And the man with no hat, Kevin Esteve Rigel from Andorra. Also opting to tee up the ball a little bit towards the right hand side, favoring a fade. I don't know if I'm right or wrong. Have a look at the swing. It'll remind you a little bit of Arnold Palmer and Sevi. That high finish akin to Arnold Palmer. Now we have Dhruv Sher. Easier on screen. I know that it's very difficult, especially with the rough that is, it's patches of thicket almost, and it really sits down and grabs the club. Not so easy when you're around the greens. If you have a little more distance, then it's still easy because you can be aggressive. But just in and around the green, those shots really do require a lot of imagination and perfect execution to boot.
Abhinav has got a bit of a task there. I mean, not a good stance there. He has to get his feet there, half in the sand. This is going to be a bit of a tricky one. On the right side, we see our leader group. Azhar is taking a bit of practice putts, and Maniram. He's got a bit of, he's on a bit of a, song, a lot of confidence right now.
And that's it's not a very difficult putt to read. Would be breaking from his left, and we saw players under reading it. Let's see if he has got the correct line. Is Caddy asking that to go, but he misses
Just
it on
a
the
bit.
lower side as well. So maybe it is
Just
not.
need another foot. There's, meanwhile, another interesting shot there from Abhinav on the left screen, feed one. That's a good roll there from Abhinav. It was a difficult lie, but he's done a pretty good job of that. And now Azhar.
Also, also similar putt, but a lot flatter would be putting to a similar elevation. Maniram had a downhill putt. And Azhar also missing it on the lower side. So that seems to be the common theme when putting on the screen from that side. Now the players are waiting on the third player, it seems. As Abhinav Lohan, Dhruv Sharon. Waiting for Manu Gandas. Not quite sure where he is. Yeah, front left of the green, and that's a really good putt from there.
Wow, from off the screen.
Abhinav was appreciative of that effort as well.
The good thing is all these youngsters who are all there in their mid 20s have been kind of encouraging each other. They follow each other's fortunes and growing into the game together. And I think that is another good, great sign that the tour has been like a family. They all hang around together. They all exchange notes and kind of exchange information, which is again a great sign of a growing tour because you need that. You need people to tell each other. You need people to share information and go along as you kind of take your games to the next level.
Yeah, if I was competing with the same guy, I'd take that information with a grain of salt, my friend.
No, I'm not too sure.
Not all information that comes through, but that's obviously said in jest. I remember from our yesteryears that if we're competing tomorrow and they're in the same group, there are a few mental games. That,
No, I'm a bit more positive, and I've always felt that guys have tried to. Yes, of course, there are a few bad apples now and then, but
that's
that
a
was a
big
nice
one.
one.
Yes, at the end of the day, it is competition. It is lonesome. It's not a team sport. Do need people around you. Some are solitary. Some can actually get on really well in this golfing environment where it is mano y mano, so as to speak.
Mano a mano.
And test your metal against all of them, and you don't really need to pander to all team dynamics and so on and so forth. So, if you're a lone wolf and if you can take the heat, then maybe professional golf is what you're looking for. Abhinav Lohan should break a little to his left. And it's pretty straight in the end, and he did well. Manu Gandas after that brilliant long putt, a lag. And for those of you who are joining us at this point in time, we'd like to tell you we're live at the Glade 1 Presents Gujarat Open Golf Championship 2024, live from Ahmedabad, Glade 1 Golf Resort and Club. This tournament offers a prize fund of rupees 1 CR and is the third tournament of the calendar year. And you're looking at Manu Gandas, who was our number one player in 2022, played the entirety of the last season of the DP World Tour, kind courtesy his number one finish, and also won the inaugural tournament this year. So really getting on well. And I am your host, Shaurya Singh, joined alongside Mr. Swami.
I think it's about time for you to drop that, Mister. I think I'm just Swami. That's the way I'm known all over the place. I mean, don't remind me of my age
Well,
all the time.
I'll have to tell you that my father's going to give me a hard time.
No. Tell him I'm his friend too.
He's a hard taskmaster, being a Fauji, and etiquette is really important. But on your request, we'll just refer to you as Swami.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Seen
I
you
appreciate it.
when I was playing amateur golf, and you remember that good old time, and you were covering a lot of golf even that time. So for us, we've seen you, and your voice does resonate with golf all throughout the world, and it's good that now you're seeing the growth on the professional golf tour. of
Shaurya,
India.
to be honest, I mean, it's like, watching and commenting on the domestic tour is like coming back home because this is what I did in the late 90s. And I used to follow the Indian tour at that point of time. Before becoming PGTI, it was the PGA of India. And I used to follow it all over the place. And for many years, I actually produced a television show for the PGA at that time for about 3 or 4 years. Produced it, commented on it. It was great fun. And then for 20 years, traveled all over the world, including the majors. And now to come back and see our own golf having made such great progress is indeed very, very satisfying. And I am actually planning to do a lot more of traveling on the domestic tour now that I'm getting on years. And I love this new generation of players. I mean, they are so forthcoming and they want to improve. They are very, very curious. And that's always a great sign.
Here is a couple. Hole number 14. He's experienced campaigner, a youngster as well. That is a term that I'm not quite sure how to really use it correctly, as they say that 40 is the new 30 and 50 is the new 20 and so on and so forth. I mean, these are the things that we say to make ourselves feel good.
Well, as long as you feel fit, fit physically and mentally, and you can keep going, I think age is just a number.
Exactly. 40 is the new 30. Orange is the new black. I don't know. We could go on and on, but either way, that was a good putt by a couple.
Sorry, I am quite impressed the way you use your language. Flowery, useful. I mean, you would have made a great journalist, honestly.
You never know. It's never too late.
Absolutely, I agree with you.
But
I mean, I can make you an offer right here, live on air. You can write on my website anytime you feel like.
I think I'll take that up, as they say, an offer that you can't refuse.
So I love it.
I know better than to refuse it from the Godfather himself, as I have a look at that putt, which skims the hole on the higher side. It's interesting how this tournament is panning out, and what I'm most impressed by is Mani Ram, and he's not let us down. The old timers, he's carrying on the flag, and Mohammad Azhar as well. It's easy to say that he's not made any birdies, but it's a blemish-free card, 9 holes, even par. That means he's got the nerves under control. There's no case of frayed nerves. But back nine is, as they say, Sunday in Augusta. the back nine.
Saturday.
And it's a symbolic Sunday. So
I agree with you.
That's
I
where it
totally agree
happens.
with you. Yes, indeed.
You've done all the hard work. Now the only thing you can do is sort of let yourself down, unfortunately. As they say in life, no matter how hard things get, they can always get harder.
Well, they can get harder, but
So you want to make sure that the back nine, you hang on to each shot, because this is money country. It's really going to make a lot of difference, and their world ranking points as well.
So as Mani Ram gets ready for the final line of the tournament, a good time to give you updates on this itself. The Glade 1 presents Gujarat Open Golf Championship is the third event of the 2024 season. It's in its fourth edition, and for the first time is being staged at Glade 1 Golf Resort. The earlier editions were held at Kalahar Blues. The tournament carries a purse of 1 crore. It's a 9-hole course which was played with 2 9-hole rounds on the first and second days. The third and fourth days sees the 9 holes being played twice over for a total of 18 holes and a par of 72. The championship golf course, Grade 1 championship golf course, designed by Gary Blair, is a testament to the versatility of the world's leading golf course design firm. Each of the 9 holes has been meticulously crafted with a unique character. The 9th hole, with the island green, which we just saw, is the signature hole of the golf course. Glade 1 won the award for the best 9 holes golf course in the world at the World Golf Awards in 2021 and 2022. So it's been a well-acclaimed course. The tournament lineup includes all the top Indian professionals, including Manu Gandhas, Rashid Khan, defending champion Aman Raj, who has unfortunately slipped down a bit this week. The Tata Steel PGTI ranking leader Shaurya Binu, also a little down the leaderboard this week. The foreign players include Andorra's Kevin Regal, who is making a bid for his maiden win in India, a former Olympic alpine skier who's now turned to golf after an injury, is indeed making waves. And as Shaurya and I were talking, what a cool thing it would be for Regal to make it to the Summer Olympics for golf at some point of time. And I don't think there's going to be anybody else in the golfing world who's actually competed at the Winter Olympics and the Summer Olympics in 2 different sports. That would indeed be awesome. We've also got Nepal players like Subhash Tamang and Sukra Bahadur Rai. Italy's Michel Ortolani bidding for the top 10 this week. Czech Republic's Stepan Danek having an average week this time. Americans Varun Chopra and Dominic Piccirillo, Varun Chopra of Indian origin. Germany's Wenchel Krenk and Canada's Sukraj Singh Gill, also of Indian origin, a man who really packs a lot of power off the tee.
We find Angad Chima in a similar spot as to where his friend Dhruv Sharon was. Let's see if he can have a different result, opting to keep that back in the stance. So, looking to take a jab at it and let it roll ahead. He's done pretty well. But that would be a tricky part coming back. But I'd give that 9
But
on
yes,
10. That's a good
he
score.
would. I would give him 9 on 10 for that part, and or rather chip, and he should get that part. And he's been putting pretty decently over the last few holes, so another one should be in order.
Saptak Talwar now on the par 5.
A bit of a struggle with the putter.
My apologies.
On the-
Still on the 10th hole, sorry.
A bit of a struggle with the putter on the final day for Saptak. He's played we've got all these boys coming in here to the PGTI tour from different tours, smaller tours around the world. Saptak used to play on the Mackenzie tour in Canada till 2 or 3 years ago. He's now come here, obviously realizing that the opportunities on the Indian tour are as good, if not better. And Varun also played on some of the smaller tours in the US and Canada, and has now decided to come here. Then, of course, we've got Regal, we've got Dominic Matthias. So many of these guys actually have been, opting for the Indian tour, which are there. Well, let's follow the fortunes of this putt. A long one. That was
Fantastic
a
putt.
nice one.
He would have been helped by Sarthak's putt. That
Yes.
makes a lot of difference. If you can go to school on other players' putts, you'd really be better for it.
So as I was saying, I mean, all these international players have opted for the Indian tour, which is actually a kind of a thumbs up for the Tata Steel PGTI tour. When you start coming in from half a dozen, or rather a dozen countries, apart from our neighbors, Nepal, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka. So these guys have actually made our tour a lot better, more competitive, and it also means that the PGTI tour is offering opportunities to players from around the world, not just
And if
in
you look at
Indonesia.
it, if you look at it from a neutral international player, it does offer a very exciting opportunity, not just to learn a little bit about Indian culture, spend some time here. It offers you,
Oh, yes.
as far as geographic reach is concerned, all the tournaments are maybe just a couple hours flight at most, and you can also play golf in Asia, and so it makes everything accessible. And you have world ranking points. So if you really worth your weight, and then you can actually make world ranking points and sort of move on to great part there by Saptak Talwar. You can actually move on to bigger tours and tournaments as well, something that Manu Gandas has done, and it's an absolutely open tour. There
You
are no
know,
country, there are no
you know,
country exemptions and so on and so forth. So it's a level playing field.
Many of these youngsters also love traveling. They love experiencing new things, food, places to see, etc. So I think an opportunity to travel is also kind of you know, widening your horizon, becoming a better person, seeing the world as such. And I think that is also part of your growth, not just in sport, but in life itself. Here is Angad. Finishes that. He's got a couple of par fives on this back nine, and those. And I mean, there's a big smile there. He knows that he does have a chance somewhere. He needs a couple of putts to fall more, and I think he could be making a bid for that title.
Interesting times here in Ahmedabad. And just to tell our viewers a little bit about which tournaments do we have in store for them and who's leading the order of merit and so on and so forth. Just to share a few statistics with you if you like to watch live golf. It will be coming your way soon. Next tournament is going to be at Classic Golf and Country Club in Gurugram, the Delhi Challenge, co-sanctioned with the Challenge Tour. So that's a big tournament, prize fund of US $300,000. That's a lot of money to play for. The week after that, we will again play another joint sanctioned event with the Challenge Tour, and that's going to be in the city of Joy, Kolkata, Royal Calcutta Golf Club, the second oldest golf course in the world, apparently.
It is not apparently; it's a fact.
Yes, so and I think the oldest is
RNA,
and
the old course.
So you're looking at a lot of history that the players can be a part of, and then the Hero Indian Open, the crown jewel of Indian golf, so to speak. It's going to be played at most notably, probably the most scenic, picturesque golf course in the country, if not the world, the Yellow Golf and Country Club. A perfect golf course for this event. And then in April, the tour moves on to Chandigarh for the Tata Steel PGTI Players Championship. Then back to NCR for Delhi NCR Open at Noida. Then Tata Steel PGTI Championship at Classic Golf Resort. So quite a few tournaments coming up. And that's the reason that
That's just the
international-
first third of the season. I mean, there's a lot more in
and
store.
each tournament offers a prize fund of 1 CR. There's not a single tournament on the domestic tour which is below.
Yes, that's
1 CR.
become the
mind-boggling.
standard now. That's become the standard now.
And believe you me, that's a very difficult standard to maintain. So kudos to the entire team and Professional Golf Tour of India and the sponsors and everybody else involved to make this happen. It's really great for the game of golf and not such a great putt on screen that has really run quite a fair distance by and will have his work cut out there. That's a group of Anshul Patel, Yuvraj Singh, and Anshul Kabatial.
Anshul and Anshul. Thompson and Thompson with a P.
Exactly. And on your screen, on live feed 2, it's the leader group on the very difficult 10th hole, playing to its entirety of length, a very difficult flag pin position, especially if the wind is bearing from the front right, the headwind. It's very long.
So Asher's gone through the first 9 without a gain and without a loss. Stays ahead, except that Maniram has closed the gap from 2 shots to 1. So the margin of error becomes smaller. Do you think there's a spring in Maniram's walk?
He'll have to traverse the entire length of this green and opting to go with a sandwich. I quite like this choice, to be honest, because putting from here would be rather difficult. He'll he can negate the entirety of that slope for the first half and try and pitch it two-thirds of the way there. And I think anything within about 8 feet is really good. Let's see how he does. Needs to
Oof.
stop. That needs to stop.
It needed to hit the flag to stop,
Needs
and
to
there
stay
is
on the
no way it's
surface and.
going. It stays on the surface, but it's going to be
Yeah,
quite an effort.
yeah, I would have thought that any just try and get to about within 10 feet. That's one of the perils when you're hitting such a long chip shot. You get a little too ambitious. He would have tried to get that close. Sometimes you got to have a broader target, not put yourself under too much pressure to try and achieve a two-part or up and down. It's not the easiest from where these players are coming from. Even Jairaj as well. But he would have been helped somewhat by Mani Ram's execution. He would know what not to do. That itself is half the battle sometimes. And leaving it a little short. So,
I'm beginning to quite like Azhar's attitude. He's just playing the waiting game, letting the
that's
others
a good
go for
shot
it.
by Jairaj, by the
Yes,
way.
it is.
That's
Actually, it's a makeable putt.
yeah, that's what you want from that range. I mean, you've already put yourself out of position. Now you can't expect miracles on a chip shot. Just
And
give yourself,
it's not an easy hole.
yeah, just give yourself chances to try and make that putt, and that should be good enough.
Shona, you often keep talking about the mental pressure, like Mani Ram, kind of a good finish here, will actually kind of, help him avoid the Q school, at least for the next year. So that the Q school often is considered as one of the toughest weeks on the schedule. You've been to the Q school. What kind of a pressure is there? What do you need to do? How do you prepare yourself? What are the thoughts going on in your head?
Well, in my defense, I think first thing I'd say I'm a player in retirement who sort of a fish out of water, but I definitely love the game so much. I like to go and get a few tournaments just to get to try and play with these lads. I did in fact venture this year and had a heartbreak, missed it by one shot, the
Oh my God.
pre-qualifying. There was an interesting story to that, which I'll just tell you after we see others. But you would have seen both these players from off the green, and I expect this to maybe go in the hole. To be honest with you, he's seen these players putt, and
Oh my God, you almost had it there.
yeah, so
You
because
almost got it.
yeah, because he saw one of that line, going past, and the other one he didn't have any doubt regarding the line. And thanks to the chip by Jairaj, he would have known the speed. So fantastic effort by him. So I actually went there this year. I shot a 3 over in the first round in the pre-qualifying. I went for the last pre-qualifying, and the second round, I was actually 4 over through 9 holes, through 8 holes. I was 7 over for the tournament, and I pretty much thrown in the towel. The cut would have gone to about 1 over, I thought. And when I just gave up, I said, I don't care anymore. I'll just play for fun. I made 6 birdies in the last 10 holes.
Oof.
And I ended up missing. I had to chip in on the last hole for an eagle, and that lipped out actually. The eagle lipped out, and I shot a 1 under that day to miss it by one shot. But that was so exhilarating, to be honest. I think after a long time, you get in that position where your shot actually means something. Coming back to Mani Ram's putt, it's not about achieving, and you have goals, you want to achieve them, but you want things to mean something. All of these golfers are playing, and let's see if that's a good effort by Mani Ram.
Great. So that's what the lesson is: never give up.
Yeah, you can't
So
give
what?
up.
If there are 7 holes left, you have 7 birdies possibilities.
Exactly, and never give up, and don't put too much pressure on yourself. At the end of the day, we tend to forget it's a game. Life is hard enough as it is when you're doing other things, and you know that better than me. But the whole purpose of being a professional golfer, first and foremost, then when you started this game, you like the smell of the grass, you like to get away, maybe have some time with your friends, or if your father normally took you into the game of golf. In my case, it was actually my mother. So, you enjoy that time, and somewhere down the line, in being competitive, trying to achieve these goals, you lose sight of why you actually started playing this game. It's actually to have fun. It is a game, so the whole purpose is to enjoy it.
Very, very well put.
It's easier said than done. I couldn't do it, even though brilliant putt. That's. But when I actually gave up, I said, let me try and enjoy the game, and then the results flow. So you want to do that. You don't want to be too focused on the results, otherwise you'll not be able to freewheel.
Or not be too harsh on yourself.
Exactly, and at the end of the day, you can only produce in the battlefield what you have in your artillery. If you got the big guns, you can fire them. If you don't, you can't. So you can't expect miracles if you've never done it. So if you're a good player and you produce good rounds when you're playing for fun or just with your friends, then you can expect to emulate that in a tournament. But if you've never quite done it in peace, you can't quite do it in war, my friend. And professional golf is definitely war. It's each man for himself, and they're all battling it out for big prize money.
This is the group with Vikrant Chopra, Arjun Sharma, and Badal Hussain of Bangladesh.
That's that's a brilliant putt right there, right in the hole. That's how you get it done. Great putt by Arjun Sharma right there. I've played a lot of golf with Arjun. He's wields that putter like a weapon. Very good driver of the ball and great putter. That takes care of 90% of the game of golf, and that had some steam on it, by the way. Had it not hit the flag, it could have been good 7, 8 feet by. So Vikrant wouldn't have learned much in terms of speed. Maybe a thing or two about the line. Let's see how he does now. Vikrant Chopra has made another birdie on hole number 12. So he is trending the right way. He's at 4 under. If he can maybe make 4 more birdies, get to 8. Let's see how he does on this one. That looks good. That looks good. Brilliant putt by Vikrant. The putter is working really well for him right now.
This is steel, and this is an idea. So, what happens when we join them? Something iconic. Like the Bandra Worli Sea Link, an engineering marvel that connects two parts of a thriving city, where Tata Steel's state-of-the-art LRPC strands have played a role, inserted in the concrete deck and anchored to support the vision of New India. Tomorrow is shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel. We also make tomorrow.
Also, one of those players sporting that bi-metal, bi-matrix sort of putter. And why not? Fantastic putt by Badal there. Another look at the golf course. There seems to be a patch of land between those two water bodies, and maybe there's a lot more real estate construction that is expected to be there in the future. Would really be pristine living amongst right in this middle of nature, and then this golf course Sounds really good about this golf course. A lot of water bodies here. The golf course is not only something which is for entertainment, it also does a lot for the ecology and nature. There are many different species of birds, flora, fauna that do flourish here on a golf course. A look at some of the scores thus far. You're here with us at the Glade 1 presents Gujarat Open Golf Championship 2024, being played at the Glade 1 Golf Resort and Club, offering a prize fund of rupees 1 CR. We're live from Ahmedabad. And leading the way is Mohammad Azhar at 9 under par, followed closely by Mani Ram at 7 under par. And there's a trio of players at 6 under par: Kevin, Steve Rigel, Angad Chima, Jairaj Singh Sandhu, Manu Gandas, the previous number one player at 5 under par, Abhinav Lohan, 5 under par, Vikrant Chopra, experienced campaigner looking for his first victory, is at 4 under par. So it seems that these 8 players are definitely in with a chance for victory. Mohammad Azhar still blemish free, and the solitary error that he had on 18. Apart from that, it's been a brilliant few days for MD Azhar. Here at the par 5 14. That appears to be Rashid Khan. First look at Rashid, Adil, and Pukraj Singh Gill. Rashid Khan would be here in 2. We need to make up and down for his birdie. Rashid Khan, I think rather disappointing day. 3 over par, 1 over for the tournament. Not his best effort by any stretch of imagination. Let's see if he can turn it around. A real magician from around the greens. You can see he's really opened that club face. Giving that a lot of airtime is Rashid. The intent was there, but the execution was well below par. That's a chip shot that has come to where Vikrant Chopra was lying. It's very difficult with the way the green is designed. Not that easy to get close unless you execute it to perfection. And Pukhraj as well, who had that long drive, has done himself no favors by missing it, by short siding himself. It's going to be a very difficult shot for Pukhraj. He would not want to suffer a similar fate as Rashid Khan and end up a good 35 feet short left. There's not much space there to pitch it and stop it on that small little shelf. We need to get under the ball and also put some spin on it. Not an easy task indeed. Adil Bedi, meanwhile, surveying the area for his shot. Seems that Pukhraj will be first to hit and then will be followed by Adil. As we have a look at the ball flights that are being employed, our leader likes to hit a right to left draw. Maniram has a good rounded game. He can play both the fade and the draw. Now, this is a very difficult shot indeed. The only saving grace here is that he has a lot of green to work with. But the fact that it's sitting down, if he catches a little bit of a jumper that rolls on, it could well roll over the green. And sometimes when you're too cautious on that because you're trying to ensure that you don't go over the green, you end up leaving it really short. So let's see how he does. Maybe just keep it in the back of the stance and let it release up. He does have a really good short game though, so if anybody can do it, Adil certainly can. Now it should release now. Needs to sit down. That's one of the dangers of coming from there. But all in all, I think that's a pretty good shot. Stayed up on the correct level, gives himself about 12 to 13 feet. And he really did commit to that shot. So kudos to him for that. Now Pukraj is in a pretty unenvious position, to be honest. He's not really known for his short game. He's a strong lad and hits it a mile. Let's see how the deft touch holds up here. Well, not his most shining moment. That was not the easiest shots, even for the best short game players. But yeah, that's a very difficult shot, so you don't want to leave it there, as I said before. But you don't have much of a choice when you're going for that green. Now, Rashid Khan, similar place to where Vikrant Chopra was. We're not quite certain if Vikrant was there in 2 or 3. We'd soon find out. But must say, that's a master stroke by the tournament director to place the flag here. It's the perfect example of risk and reward. Now, Rashid Khan, not much, not one to ponder too much about line and length, really goes on about his business in quick fashion. Good putt by Rashid there. Oh, they're looking very calm and composed. You will be liking the fact that he's back in the thick of things. It's very difficult for a player often to come back from injury, and wrist injury is one of those injuries that seems pretty harmless, but can really trouble a golfer. And good to see him fully recovered from that. Adil Bedi, having made an eagle on the second hole, has had a rather sedate round after that. Just 3 over for the round, 1 over for the day. My apologies, the other way around. And he's tied for 20th position. Now Pukhraj, after that beautiful drive, finds himself struggling for par, so as to speak. 2 putts are not easy from this distance on these greens. These greens are really quick, and distance control becomes all the more imperative when you're playing your second 9 in the afternoon. The wind is up, the greens are baked, and could be playing to well above 11.5 at this point in time. He's hit a good putt, but still there's a little bit of sting in the tail. He has about 3.5 feet would break from his left to right, so still not home yet. On the right hand side, we can see hole number 13, the par 3. Adil Bedi now. Very realistic chance of birdie. He's done well to hit his chip shot here. Should break a little from his right and slightly uphill, so makes the putt a little easier. There's no fear of sliding it past. I think he's got it. He's got it. Master stroke by Adil Bedi. Fantastic birdie.
So you had a lot of confidence, almost as much confidence as Adil had, when he stood over that putt.
Yeah, it's all about getting yourself in the correct place, and he managed to do that. It's almost like a chess game, and he executed it to perfection on that chip shot and putt.
Let's talk about Adil. I mean, where do you think that he needed to do it? Of course, I mean, being hit by injury is always a big blow for a player.
I think he was really good. Initially, he won the tournament, and an injury can wreak havoc, especially on a young mind. Especially when you're used to playing week in, week out, and then you're forced to sit out for lengthy duration. it's not easy to cope with, even emotionally and mentally, because golf is not like another vocation where you're sitting and getting paid. And especially when you turn professional, you sort of have to eat what you kill, metaphorically
Absolutely.
speaking. So,
Yeah. I mean, yeah. In that sense, it's a very, very
I'm
cruel game.
surprised that Pokras asked his caddy to put the flag in now. If anything, that'd be a little bit of a distraction because this is not a straight putt. Unless he always putts like that. I've played a few rounds with him, so I don't quite remember if he used to do this, but let's see. Because the eyes invariably focus on the flag, so maybe it's a straight putt for him. Look at that. See, that's what these are the small little things that make a difference, and he's missed that putt. So the alignment went off a little bit by the virtue of having that flag in, and this is what you say: snatching defeat from the jaws of victory. He was sitting there in prime position with his second shot, but unfortunately now he still has a 3 foot of bogey, and it's not done and dusted. That's what can happen in golf, and that's why they say it's a great equalizer. You have the power, but you must also have the putting prowess and the deft touch. You should be able to make this straight up. Good putt there by Pukraj. Unfortunate for him, he landed up in the wrong spot on the second shot, and from there it was always an uphill battle. But I must say that I'm most impressed by how the pin position has been placed. It's very inviting for the longer hitters, but if you're out of position, it's very penal, and that's what you like to see. You want to see the longer hitters also exposed to the elements. There should be a risk, even if you miss it, and if you're trying to go for the green. A birdie, that's what everybody is looking for. Where have you been? A sight for sore eyes.
What a beautiful picture. I mean, it's really enjoying its day out in the sun there. These are the sights that make a golf course so pretty and so inviting. And here is Abhinav Lohan, a foot and a half. Closes that, tidies it up. Manu Gandhas there in the bunker. And Dhruv Sharan is torn between two clubs.
Dhruv Sharon.
He's also got a rules official there.
Par 3 really bearing its fangs today on the back nine. Must say those are two uncharacteristically errant shots by these players, but a brilliant bunker shot nevertheless. Tugging it to the left hand side of the tee. It's the first time that we're seeing someone in that bunker, so this bunker is about a good 30 yards left of the flag.
Sometimes you misread the distance, so I suppose, I mean, maybe he didn't commit himself fully off the tee.
The wind is, if you see the flag is fluttering, making things difficult. So the wind also
Yeah.
accentuates a
Absolutely.
bad hit. So if you hit a draw, then it'll go further left and you'll find yourself there. Not quite sure what kind of lie Dhruv has drawn. He's getting a drop, and from the looks of it, I think he's dropping it in the rough. And if he's in the rough, but I think it's rolled, he would be able to place it. So that's a lucky break for him, or no? No, he won't be able to place it. He'll have to play it from there, and seems like he's in the rough. It's going to be another treacherous shot. That's slick going away from the player left to right. There's not much green here. He has to drop it. The apex has to be almost off the green on the fringe. And you see if the fringe slopes away down and the green slopes a little uphill. So there's that sort of a spine that runs through. So if you catch it, it could go either way. So In regards of difficulty, I would give this a 10 on 10 in terms of difficulty. If he's indeed in the rough, if he's in
Let's
the
see how he
fairway,
comes out of it.
if he's in the fairway, maybe he can still put some spin on it. But in the rough, this is the stuff of nightmares. He's pitched on the green. That's rolling up.
It has to slow down a bit.
That is.
Oh, that is an awesome,
That is.
awesome shot.
That's a maestro right there.
Yeah, that was fantastic. I think that was. I mean, he really took his time and pulled it off very, very nicely.
That's a short game maestro at work, ladies and gentlemen. If you want to see how it's done, then please reach out to Dhruv Sharon. I'm not sure if he charges for lessons yet, but he definitely should. That's how you get it done.
That's a sigh of relief, a smile.
A smile. He knows that he really hit a brilliant one there.
That's a nice roll in, saved the par there.
Yeah, those are two brilliant pars from there, especially that bunker shot as well by Manu Gandas. These players spend a lot of time practicing their short game as well. They know how important it is to salvage a par after an errant shot.
There's a lot of land out there at the back. I wonder if it also is in the eyesight or in the larger plans, because I believe Glade 1 does want to expand this golf course into an 18-hole facility.
I think might well be. I remember visiting this facility, and it is really huge. I mean, it's impressive. So might well be. You never quite know. Could make for a fantastic 18-hole track. Already been voted the best 9-hole track in the world. So sky's the limit.
Absolutely.
And a word of appreciation for our sponsors Glade One, and also the management here, Mr. Ashpreet Thind, general manager, a professional golfer himself, and a good friend of mine, also coming off from a defense family. He's played a lot of golf at the Army Golf Club. And now doing his bit to uplift and improve the state of professional golf. So, a word of appreciation for him, and all the associate sponsors such as Rolex, Electro Plus, Golf Design India, Athletic Drive, Vedika, Himalayan Spring Water Golf Plus, and of course, Tata Steel, the giants who make everything possible.
Here's Pranav Madikar from the bunker.
So, not the ideal shot by any stretch of imagination. So, this hole causing a few difficulty to the players.
There's Michael Ortolani. And of course, the evergreen Shamim Khan.
We've just gotten an update. Maniram has made birdie on hole number 11 after making that bogey on the 10th. Says, he's in a good frame of mind, able to bounce back from adversity. That's a sign that, things are going well, that he's able to make birdies after dropping a shot. And now in third position, Abhinav Lohan as well joins Angad Chima and Jairaj Sandhu. Manu Gandas at 5 under par. Kevin Esteve Rigel not having the best of back nine, so he better steady the ship. He was at 7 under par, now finds himself 4 behind the leader. He made bogey on the par 4 and then the par 5, 11th.
With the gap so small between all the leading players there, I think just one shot separating the first from the second, and just another two uh, from the second to the three players in the third position. There's still a lot to play for. More than a half of the back nine still left. Pranav Madikar on the left screen on feed 1. Just goes over the hole on the upper side.
As they say, all quiet on the western front. Nothing much changing here. Mohammad Azhar still leading the charge. Maniram in an adjacent trench, trying to get closer. And metaphorically speaking, Abhinav Loa, Chima, and Gerard Sandhu in no man's land need to make a move to jump in one or the other trench, make a few birdies, catch the leaders. Vikrant Chopra, unfortunately making a bogey, and he would move to 3 under par and has 3 holes to go. So seems like his race is ran. Pretty certain he's not going to win this tournament, but can still come in with a top 5 finish. There's the Italian stallion, Michel Ortolani, holding that putt. Another beautiful aerial shot of this fantastic facility.
I'm wondering where you would like your palace or villa to be here.
Well, if I could afford it, I'd definitely be living here. This is my retirement plan. Seems like the ideal life: get up in the morning, play 9 holes, sleep again, then play 9 again. But yes, this seems like a place as good as any. Having visited it,
It's a beautiful
fantastic.
place, yeah, no
It's
question.
a little away from the city, and it's clean air, perfect setting. What a beautiful golf course. I mean, if you can, and you don't need to buy the property. You can just go and play golf, and tourism is coming up in a big way in Gujarat. It's a wonderful state.
Fruitnik Electro Plus. Rehydrate, Feel alive.
काम घर में कर रहे हो या बाहर या किसी बीमारी से उबर रहे हो, आप बिना जाने डिहाइड्रेट हो सकते हैं। रोज जरूरत है फ्रूटनिक इलेक्ट्रो प्लस रिहाइड्रेट। इसका अनोखा R3 फॉर्मूला इलेक्ट्रोलाइट रिस्टोर करे, ग्लाइकोजन रिप्लेनिश करे और मसल्स का तनाव कम करे तुरंत एनर्जी के साथ।
Fruitnik Electro Plus. Rehydrate.
A place to visit. There are quite a few good golf courses here. This being definitely the best, and as far as the conditions are concerned, the layout is. You've seen how the players have enjoyed this week, and it can both be a fairy and the Loch Ness monster both at the same time, given the way that the conditions can change and the proximity of water on each hole.
Angachima. He would do well to get away with the par there.
Now we can see on our live feed too, Dhruv Sharon playing the par 5. Be interesting to see how he tackles this approach shot. It's a pretty difficult shot, especially when you are not in the perfect position. Seems that he's playing his third. I'm not quite certain. Seems to have a very lofted club. Yeah, standing pretty close to the ball, so it seems like he's hitting his third. This is one of those shots that really needs to be perfect. And indeed it is. Looks like it's all of 3.5 feet. What a fantastic shot by Dhruv. No, that would be a miss there. Angachima lining up his putt. This putt should break a little to his left, but ever so slightly. You've seen Angad hit some good putts today. That's not going to be it. That is going to be the exception. So Angad would drop a shot, and that would move him to 5 under par.
Not the best of things towards the end of the round.
Not that either Muhammad Azhar or Maniram would be minding that. Now Kevin Steve Rigel wielding his broomstick. A little bit of witchcraft, and that's right in the hole. Now Saptak Talwar with a mere formality. Good putt, right in the heart of the hole.
Bit of a disappointment there for Ankit.
Yeah, you can
He
see
was trending pretty well.
shoulders slouched a little bit. Tends to happen. He'll gather himself soon enough. This is the color themed group, color coordinated rather. Manuganda seems to be eerily close to the water hazard. Steadily disappearing out of view. That's a difficult shot as well. Not quite sure if there's a bunker there. If there's a bunker, then that makes this shot a little easier. If he's coming out of the rough, I think he is in the bunker indeed. Otherwise, there would be some sort of grass that would come out from a practice swing. But seems that he has the left foot indeed higher than the right. So, not sure if he's drawn a level lie. He hasn't because he's balancing himself rather gingerly. Let's see how he does here. Oh, that would have been a very difficult lie. I'm certain of that. And now you see that ball getting further and further from the hole. The only thing he can expect if it stays short of Abhinav Lohan's ball, it won't. So now he'll have to do the hard work of reading the line, the speed, and so on and so forth. And Abhinav can just relax and see how that ball breaks. Really interesting pin position here. I would think that these two holes are great for viewership. This one and hole number 18. Having to walk the entire length. It's not an easy two putt by any measure. Now this is so interesting that now he is the one to play. He just played his chip shot, so you can see his caddy scampering on. He also has to make up his mind really quick. Having played on the DP World Tour, he knows that he would have been really well trained in playing quick and within his time and just using about your requisite time. These are very difficult, especially if you've been out of position and then you find that it's you again to play. Lohan can take his time. He can see the line, and then when it's his turn, he'll be certain because he'll or he would have already seen Manu Gandas hit his putt. Manu, on the other hand, has to sort of hasten everything. It's going to be uphill for about half of the putt, and then severe downhill from here on in. Fantastically judged. I think these champions are made of something else. He's able to gauge everything. Didn't get uncomfortable. He was out of position. Didn't get much time to read that putt, but executed it really well. I think that's what separates top players from the rest. They have innate ability of reading the line, the conditions, and so on and so forth. Just have an update. MD Azhar has there's finally a chink in the armor. Made a double bogey on the 12th hole, and Maniram making par. So means there's a new leader, or rather a new sheriff in town, and the sheriff goes by the name Maniram. So,
So Shaurya gets his wishes done there. So we.
well, I wouldn't wish a double bogey on my worst of enemies, but we wish all to play well, and let's see. May the best man win, but Mohammad Azhar really needs to make a few birdies. He's played. Maybe he's a little too conservative. I understand.
I think it's playing on his mind, probably,
Yeah,
close to his maiden win.
Yeah.
It always does. And I think Maniram, just by virtue of having been around in the center of action for many years, even though if he's not won, he won a few times on the feeder tour, I believe, 3 times, but not on the main tour. So maybe those winning memories, even if it's on the feeder tour, do help.
And I must tell you that even though he's not really a household name or one of the top golfers on the PGTI, he has this unique ability, even with his limited, how to put it, limited repertoire of ball striking. He has this unique ability of shooting low numbers even on the toughest golf courses. He shoots 6 under, 7 under, even on long golf courses. So, he might only hit the drive 260, but he hits it straight each and every time. He is really good with the short game, as he's saying, really sure of himself, hits the same flight. So, he's if you put him on a shorter golf course like this, he can really revel. So, and that's where it seems to be heading at this point in time. It's going to be a battle. And as I predicted, somebody like Vikrant Chopra would only need to get to about 7 under par, and then you can just wait and watch. Because this is not a golfer that, the golf course rather, that, players would really put the pedal to the metal, so as to
So,
speak.
which is why Angad must have been really upset with that bogey that he dropped just a while ago.
Yeah.
Because he was trending well at 6 under. I mean, a shot or two could have actually put him right in the center of that frame. And
Miss
here is
for-
Aminam Lohan very upset with himself.
That would take him. I'm not certain if that
He is
was
he's upset that he missed it. I mean, it's almost like a sarcastic clap.
but we're not certain if that was a par or a birdie putt. I'm not quite certain. If it was in fact a par putt, then that would be calamitous for him. That would move him to 5 under par and 3 behind the leader now.
He was probably looking for a birdie there, and it didn't quite happen. So that was a bit of a disappointment. I mean, putting it mildly. Oh, there is Throve. Cut the lip and stayed out. On the right screen, we have Jairaj Sandhu on the green. Here is the leader group, the crucial hole. This is the 12th. our leader in a spot of trouble there. Azhar in quite some trouble there. It's not going to be easy there. From the edge, far. This is a tricky par four. Maniram, he knows he has a chance here to break that duck on the main tour. -8. When Azhar dropped that double bogey a while ago, just a short while ago, Maniram moved up. Here's Gerard Sandhu. Knows these closing stages of the tournament. Last few holes left there. He can't afford any errors at this stage. 6 under. If he needs to have a chance, I mean, he's just 2 behind Maniram. Not happy at all. The par 3. Here's Azhar. Needs to get this down for his par. He does. To the fairway, Angad Chima.
Angad here. Not quite sure where that has ended up. There it is, about 30 feet left. Very difficult hole today. Otherwise, this par 4 does yield quite a few birdies. And well, to be honest, Kevin Steve Regal has done himself no favors by being there in two. I'm not quite sure how he landed up there in two. Seems to be quite a miscue. He would have been laying up and miss it. Now you'll see why this was such a masterstroke, putting the pin here. Coming from where he is, I would think that where Angad Chima is 30 feet left, that would be the best that he can do from here. It's very easy to leave it short in the bunker and rather difficult to commit to playing away from the flag when you're all of 70, 75 yards away from the hole. Let's see how he does here. Maybe he can pull the rabbit out of the hat. Not so. As I said, that's probably the worst position he could be. He's bunkered himself from there, and that's what happens on this golf course. If you're out of position, so it's not about how far you can hit it. It's a lot about accuracy as well, and it's fascinating to watch, to be honest. That seems to be his bunker shot. It's not too bad. Oh, even Angad Chima had left it in that bunker, so it's quite the miscue from Angad. Needs to recover from that bogey. Seems to be playing on his mind. It often happens if you're not in the present, it can really slip away from you in the blink of an eye. And that's what's happening to Angad now. Just left it in the bunker. So it's so important that you keep the events of the past right where they belong. I remember I read a book back in the day. Sevi used to say, I build an imaginary wall between me and the holes that have gone behind me. So if you don't do that, you're sort of weighing yourself with the unfortunate happenings of the past. And look at that. That's just a telling sign that a player is not, he's really hot under the collar. He doesn't want to. And that's the thing about golf. Like maybe if you're playing another sport like football, cricket, you can, vent out that aggression. Maybe take a big swing with the bat, or really bowl quick, or throw the ball hard at the keeper or something like that. But in golf, there's no such outlet. The only thing maybe you can try and hit a hard drive, but then you miscue it. You can't try to get aggressive on the green or the chipping area or the putting green. This is what happens. So it's very, regulating your emotions is very difficult in golf, I must say. It's a sport where you really need to manage yourself.
Oh, yes. The moment you start getting, kind of get bothered by your
So
previous shots.
I thought he was a little lackadaisical on that bunker shot. He took maybe all of 2 seconds
Here
to
we
hit it.
have the updated leaderboard. Maniram at 8 under through 13 holes. Mohammad Azhar 7 under after that dropped double bogey on the 12th. So one shot lead for Maniram. Abhinav Lohan is now the third place player along with Angad Chima. Abhinav Lohan 5 under through 14 and Angad Chima 5 under through 13. Kevin Estereal still hanging in there, 5 under through 13. He's had a bit of a roller coaster of a ride. I mean, bogey on the first, birdie on the second, bogey on the fifth, birdies on 7 and 8, and then bogeys again on 10 and 11. That's been quite a ride for him. And he puts his glasses up.
Mind you, it's not a done deal for Angad Chima's double bogey either. He's three. He was three in the bunker, four there, five on the green, and those are two difficult putts he has coming up. We saw Pukhraj in a similar
Yes, that's
situation,
right.
three putting.
So there's a lot of slippery slopes there.
Yeah, could really.
Just as you come towards the end of the day, the end of the final round, a lot of slippery slopes there.
Angachima now for his bogey. That looks good. That looks good all the way, and that's maybe he just wanted to keep a little bit of the suspense going. But that's a fantastic bogey. He should be happy with that now. Brilliant putt by Angachima.
No one's happy with the bogey, even if it's come off with a brilliant putt.
No, there is such a thing as a brilliant bogey. He really, he really dodged a bullet there, and he keeps himself in the tournament. He's 4 under, 4 behind with 4 holes to go. So it's not all done and dusted. So it's really brilliant putt by Angachima there. Got away with murder, metaphorically speaking. Oh, that really got away from Kevin there.
Saptak there.
It's another slippery putt, left in. If you are going firm, left edge. If you want to just die the putt in. Let's see which approach he chooses. Left in firm. Perfectly done there for Saptak.
Not been the best of his days.
Here at hole number 15. Dhruv Sharon here at hole number 15 from the left of the green. That is a very good execution right there. Few bounces off the green, judged to perfection. And our leader here, playing the 13th is Maniram. My apologies, the 14th par 5. Let's see what he does on this also. He's a very experienced campaigner. He's leading by one shot. Can he get that yardage right? I think this is pivotal. If he can make a birdie,
Yeah, exactly. I mean, this could be the hole that
Yeah.
is decisive.
if he can make birdie here and then sort of just par his way and maybe even make a bogey, that should be good enough for the victory. But this is a very important hole, especially given where the flag is today. It needs to stay there. He also took the safe route. That's fine. 20-25 feet left. So he didn't really flirt with danger there.
No, he's taken it. I mean, he knows that he's in with a great chance to to pull off a deserving win. He doesn't want to mess around. There are times when you'd rather take a safe route and not take a chance and then just keep chugging along. And that's what I think he is now looking at today.
Jairaj now. Probably a little easier for the left handed player. Can hit a draw. Yes, fantastic. It's a lot easier. You
It's a
can work
nice
it.
one there. He's better placed.
Yeah, very good shot. Probably one of the best that we've seen here thus far. Abhinav Lohan on your screens. Manoganda's cleaning up there.
The only man who's gaining at this stage without moving further up, without making birdies after the 11th has been Maniram, as Abhinav Lohan, Jairaj Sandhu, Angad Chima, and Kevin Regal have all dropped a shot each in their previous holes. So a bogey on par 5 is not the best of things to do. So Abhinav Lohan, not a happy man at this stage.
Yes, it's never good to drop shots. And what is actually happening now? It's becoming a two-man battle.
Yes, and it's actually, even though it's a two-man battle, I think the others are not out of the frame, because there's still enough holes, about four odd holes left, and things can change fast. One error. Remember, we saw Azhar drop a double bogey on the third day,
Yeah,
and
and anything can happen on the 18th.
absolutely.
But I mean, for all intents and purposes, at this point in time, they have been able to separate themselves from the field. We've seen from this side where Maniram is coming from that speed has not been much of an issue for the players. They've been able to gauge that really well. Everybody has been able to nestle the ball in close to the flag. So uh, that should not be much of an issue. And line is definitely left, right, downhill. It is a difficult putt, but maybe I still give him about a 10% outside chance of making it. Can see a little cautious here on that one, and rightly so, because it's a steep fall off after going past the flag. So that's good. So he would make par and remain at 8 under par. I presume Mohammad Azhar is there for his birdie putt. Mohammad Azhar there. Oh, and that's
Just slight
unfortunately,
fast.
it's a little bit too much steam on that one. We'll have that one coming
And he'll
back.
have a stressful one coming back.
Exactly.
This is a cruel game. 5 shots ahead at one point of time towards the closing stages of the second round, and he is now struggling. The last two errors from Mohammad Azhar have actually been double bogeys. He's not made a bogey, he's just made a double bogey. He made a double bogey on the 18th, on the second day, and a double bogey on the 12th.
Jaraj would have gotten a good read on that. Maybe he can make a birdie and inch ever so slightly a shot closer to the lead. Yes, look at that. That was decisive, and that was a putt hit with commitment as firm.
The most,
Fantastic birdie.
the most interesting thing about Mohammad Azhar is that he's not made a single bogey so far in this tournament. He's only made 3 double bogeys.
Let's hope it remains that way. Yeah, good putt.
A crucial putt here for Maniram. Drops it in. Nice and safe. Maniram still on dry ground. Is Angachima now.
Life with Vedika, always full of altitude.
Much as well Azhar has played for most part of this tournament, you don't win a 54-hole tournament with 3 double bogeys. And if you do, you have to be eminently lucky. He has not dropped any bogeys through the week so far, but 3 double bogeys, that's a lot. Saptak had a lot of trouble with his putter early in the day, but those 2 birdies have helped him soothe nerves on the 12th and 14th. That was as close as it gets. He's had 2 fourth-place finishes in his last 2 starts. A birdie here could possibly give him yet another top 5. So close and so tight is the leaderboard. Saptak is currently 3 under. There is the Manu Crouch. Slides past inside. The fortunes of a tournament can change till the very end. Shamim Khan. Meanwhile, there's been an amazing change on the leaderboard. Abhinav Lohan, who was quite upset and missing his putt on the 14th, par 5 14th, more than made up on the par 3 16th. We've just got to get a reconfirmation on that. It seems he holed it. He had an ace, a hole in one. That's the buzz right now. We'll still need to get some confirmation on that. But that, yes, it is an amazing ace. We'll try and show you just now. I get a feeling the cameras were pretty busy with the leaders, and Abhinav Lohan had his own laugh, and he got that amazing ace, and he's put himself right into the frame, into the thick of picture, into the thick of it. He is now 7 under. He's vaulted up to 7 under and just one shot behind Maniram, who did manage to get his par on the par 5 14th in 10 circumstances, while his colleague, while his playing partner Azhar dropped a shot, another one. So Azhar is 3 over for the day, the overnight leader, 3 over for the day, and has now dropped to tied third position, while Maniram is in pole position at 8 under and Abhinav Lohan at 7 under. Abhinav Lohan has got 2 more holes to go. Maniram 3. This is getting tense. The greens are slick. You don't get the ball to drop into it. You have to make it die. Ortolani. Back to Maniram. Very much in the focus. Could this be his game? He has Abhinav Lohan breathing down his neck. It's been a sensational one. Abhinav Lohan, that incredible ace, that hole in one, has catapulted him into the second position ahead of Jairaj Sandhu and Mohammad Azhar. And he is now just one behind Maniram. Maniram's not happy with that second shot on the 15th. They say a golf tournament is not over till the last putt has dropped. And so it is. Abhinav Lohan trying to prove that point to a hilt. A sensational ace on the par 3 16th has put him there right into the thick of things.
Yes, that was indeed fantastic, and that catapulted him just one shot behind. So that's what golf can do, actually. It's never quite over. And those are some of the mysteries of this great game. Now we have a look at Jairaj here. Jairaj playing the 15th. That's a good shot, putting some spin on it and having that birdie opportunity. It's definitely a birdie hole, this 16th. So for those of you who are joining us, we'd like to update you. We are live on the ABP network as well as your sport, and we bring to you Glade 1 presents Gujarat Open Golf Championship 2024, being played in Ahmedabad at Glade 1 Golf Resort and Club, offering a prize fund. This tournament offers a prize fund of 1 crore. And I am your host, Shaurya Singh, joined alongside golf journalist Swami, who I like to call Mr. Swami.
Thank you so much for calling me Swami first time. Maniram, on the threshold of what will be his first win on the main tour. Of course,
This,
still some work to do.
There's still a lot of work to do, and I have my fingers crossed. But this could be a fantastic win, seriously. And let's hope this breaks a little to the right. He should do it now. That's a good putt, though, by Maniram. Good effort.
Needs to keep his cool there and keep getting his pars, and hopefully a birdie chance will come along in the next couple of
I think
holes.
that should just be the plan that he's going along. Hit the center of the greens and try to. I mean, if you do have a good line to the flag, go for it. Make your pars. 18th is a birdie hole. 16th is. I mean, just make your par on 16. Now he has 3 holes to go. So 17th again can be a birdie hole depending how he hits the tee shot. So realistically, just 16th. Also, we saw previously how the players use the slope, but that was the first time round. Sorry, so yeah, that was the first time round. So I'm not quite sure where the flag is now, but
This is a crucial putt for Azhar. I mean, he needs to get this to put a birdie in and make a run again. He's fallen off the rails. I mean, he's dropped to 6 under. That double bogey on 12th and bogey on 14th, spelling a big disaster for him.
not making a birdie and getting almost towards the end of a round. Now, what's happened is that when putts don't drop, you need to see a few putts actually disappear. So the belief goes down a little bit. So you sort of are playing defensive golf and end up making a lot of pars because you're not quite certain of how the putter is behaving. So he needs the putts to drop. Only then, see, they're not really going his way. The putts are not coming off the center of the club head. So that is what happens on days. Sometimes the putter just doesn't agree with your.
I think this may well have been one of his last chances. I mean, he needed a birdie here. He needed a shot here.
Yeah, he's 2 behind with 3 to play. It's still a lot of golf. 2 behind with even 1 to play, especially given how the 18th is.
Actually, all the 4 players, Maniram, Lohan, Sandhu, and Azhar, all of them in with a chance. 2 shots separating the 4 of them.
Jairaj, after that really good shot, he was able to spin it back. Now has this makeable putt.
Inside.
That was a good putt.
Low
nevertheless.
side, a good putt.
These
Then
are all
four.
the budget. These are all the bullets that Maniram is dodging. Each missed putt.
Maniram had his own moments too when those bogeys on the 6th and the 10th did seem to derail his challenge a little bit. But he's held his nerve so far.
Yeah, he's definitely a
His
marked
40
man.
years have held him in good stead.
41, I believe. So-
41, there you are.
So, as they say, age is just a number. He's going to prove them all wrong. Let's hope if he can hang on for another 3 holes. Good putt right there. Vikrant Chopra finishing his round with a 2 under par, 3 under for the tournament. So good finish for him, tied 8th. Michelle Ottolani, 2 under, 4 under for the tournament, still with 3 holes to go. So these players are still there with an outside chance. If the leader was to capitulate, they will be there to.
On 4
capitalize.
shots and two holes would be a bit much to think. Here is our man of the moment, Abhinav Lohan,
Yeah, after that fantastic hole.
coming off an hole in 1. He's suddenly given himself an amazing chance for a win. Drops it in. So that par for Lohan will keep him in the race, but he needs a little bit of help from Maniram, who's still one shot ahead. Lohan has just one more hole left. Manugandas 3 under at this stage on the 17th.
Manugandas 1 under for the day, 3 under for the tournament. Rather serene final day by his standards. Just a little bit
3
more
inches,
steam.
4 inches. Get the vernier caliper down there.
Bunkers really nicely raked over there with the machine, giving the golfers the perfect lie when they do air and land up in the hazard. Let's have a look at
The
the color.
closing hole for Lohan.
Yeah, the color coordinated group. Lohan, after that bogey, was able to make a par and then a fantastic hole in one, which in itself, apart from just being an eagle and a hole in one, would also fetch him some sort of a prize that we will know soon enough. Normally, it's a certain amount of money that's given for a hole in one. So either ways, he'll be really excited that he had it, and that's probably the most opportune time that I've seen a hole in one that actually spur the player on to greater things. And he's a good tee shot here. Has to make sure that he hits the fairway. This whole shape really lends itself nicely.
And then there's going to be some tense wait for him as he waits for the second last and the final group to come in.
Ideal hole shape for Lohan, who likes to play a right to left draw. Has he hit it in the fairway? Yes, he has.
Well, that's first part of the job done.
Yeah, that's the important part of the job done. Now it's still relatively easier from there. If you don't hit the fairway, then especially now later in the day, you can see the wind is picked up to maybe about 15 to 20 knots and can get really difficult from here in.
Azhar has pushed himself down further with another bogey. He is now leaking shots all over the place. In last 4 holes, he's dropped 4 shots. A double bogey, par, bogey, bogey. And suddenly he's dropped down to tied 4th and he's now 5 under. 9 under till a few minutes ago. He is now 5 under and almost out of the picture. And that par putt of Lohan keeps him at 7 under and breathing down Maniram's neck. He's already on the fairway.
What I would like to see is that Mohammad Azhar still ensures that he finishes strong. You don't want to give away all the hard work. He's really kept his head, and now in the disappointment of the tournament slipping away, he doesn't really want to capitulate, so as to speak, which he seems to be doing. So he needs to ensure that maybe make a birdie in the last 3 holes. And
There's still a lot of money to play for and
Yeah.
points.
he should try and make one birdie in the last 3 holes. Sometimes you don't make bogeys for the entirety of the tournament, and they all come right towards the end. That's fine. He's held his own. Should not get too disappointed as we have a look at Manu Gandas also teeing off on hole number 18. Again, in perfect position. So the players walking up towards hole number 16. And that flagstick has been peppered. Not quite sure whose balls it is. One seems to be that of Maniram. If there was a time ever to hit that shot, this was it. There's one ball that seems to be Jairaj, and Maniram has the putter out, so could well be that he's the one on the flagstick. Yes, I think so, and that looks nothing more than 2 feet, so should be able to make that and then move to 900. He's doing all the right things.
He's giving a wave out. He knows it's there, or it's almost there, but that it's never quite there till you are there. All that Maniram has done through this day is kept his cool. He made two bogeys, but he also made three birdies. He's only one under for the day, but he is now in the driver's seat. Well, not exactly driver's seat, but in the saddle at least. One shot ahead of Abhinav Lohan, who's on the fairway on the 18th, needing a birdie to catch up with Maniram, but Maniram still has 17 and 18 to go, and he is about 3 feet or less from the flag on the 16th. 16th is where Abhinav Lohan landed an amazing hole in one. Made all the difference. Put him back into the picture. Put him there into the picture, rather. He started the day with a bogey, picked up birdies of the 5th and the 8th, and then there was a series of missed chances, makeable birdie putts, but didn't fall. Then he picked up birdie on the par 3 13th, and then dropped a shot, much to his disappointment, on the par 5 14th, where he gave himself a slow clap, but picked up the pieces again, parred the 15th and aced the 16th.
Another important thing to remember that Maniram, if he wins this tournament, would get into all these big tournaments, the joint sanction events,
Absolutely. Totally.
Indian Open as well.
Yes, you've got to win at the right time.
So that's really important. And given that he's in good form, Indian Open, although a much longer golf course, but a similar style, penal golf course could. And that is a rather unfortunate miss. Looked in all the way.
Sure, I must tell you, it's not just about the long hitter at the DLF. Remember when SSP Chaurasia won there in 2017 or 16, was it? He actually, he played so well. He's won twice on the DLF.
But it's a misnomer that SSP is a short hitter. To be honest, SSP
Is a
can hit those really long flat shots. And in Indian conditions, when the golf course is hard, summer months, SSP
the
can
ball
get
runs.
the ball runs. SSP can get that driver to well about 3.5, 3.10. He carries it about 270. So he's a medium hitter who can hit a controlled strong draw. So, but Maniram can. If he first things first, he has to take care of. Look at this. This is what I was saying. Mohammad Azhar
He's just lating. He's just lating shots.
cannot allow this to happen because
it's almost like mentally he's giving up.
he can't do that. That's what
He should not.
His caddy needs to tell him, "You've done brilliant work. You hang in there. You made a few bogeys. That's fine, but you have to keep your chin up and just roll with the punches and try to get the job done." This is not good. He's losing a lot of money here by losing focus. So
I think it's not just losing a lot of money, it's also a question of confidence. Going into the next few events, he will be into the next couple of events, the Challenger Tour events, I'm sure, but that's not going to do him any good. If he loses a lot of confidence, it's just next week. Next week is the Delhi Challenger, and the week after is the Kolkata Challenger, and then the big week, the Hero Indian Open.
safely on the putting surface.
That's it. There is a wave. You know what? He reminds me of Ali Sher, the same kind of figure, the portly figure. He's got this casual walk, a smile, and coolly keeps putting them in.
Yeah, I am ecstatic to see him doing well. He's a very jovial guy. I played a lot of golf with him, and even on the feeder tours that I also incidentally won. He's always very positive and a very helpful person as well. Whenever we had tournaments or any work which is related to to booking a police guest house or
And
anything
here
of
is
it.
Abhinav Lohan. He needs an eagle here to catch up with Maniram.
Yeah, birdie won't be too bad either. It will take him to 8 under par, and
And then hope for money to drop one.
17th is a fairly straightforward hole. We've not seen too many bogeys there from the top 25 players, but still, it's not a gimme of a hole. It plays to about 385 yards, so at the bare minimum, he needs to make birdie here. As we have a look at Dhruv Sharon, one over par today.
A lot of money to play for, a lot of points to play for, and a whole lot of confidence hanging in there on these last few holes. Mohammad Azhar has not made a single birdie today. Not a single one, and but dropped 4 shots. That is catastrophic, disastrous.
Yeah, Mohammad Azhar, the as they say, the wheels are starting to come off.
Remember, he was the only man in this entire field to touch double figures.
This should be close. That's a good shot right there.
Maniram 8 under, Lohan 7 under, Gerard Sandhu 6 under. We're on the 17th. We just saw Maniram hold that nice putt, a short one, 4 feet, to go 2 up. Rather, 2 shots ahead, not 2 up. That would be in match play. It's almost like a mini match play between Maniram and Abhinav Lohan at this stage. Michel Ortolani has closed with a birdie, 5 under. So at least a top 5 finish for him likely now. He has finished the tournament at 5 under for the week with a 3 under for the final round after 39-32 on the first 2 9-hole rounds and then 71 on the third.
Brilliant round by Varun Chopra. And that's helped him to get into the top 10. A few eagles today. One by Yuvraj Singh on 5, Pranav Madrikar on 5, Adil Bedi on the second, and obviously the hole in one by Abhinav Lohan on hole number 16.
Sweet 16.
This has to go in for Abhinav Lohan. Because pressure is also a very important element. If he can put a little bit of heat on Maniram with this putt going in, Maniram can be a little contemplative on 17. Otherwise, when you have a two-shot victory, two-shot cushion, makes things a little easier. Let's see how that pans out. But this tournament has definitely lived up to the hype. The players love to come here, and everybody looks forward to the hospitality that's provided by Glade One Golf Resort and Club. Previous edition saw a lot of drama. Eventually, the victory was secured by Aman Raj, and this one is no different. It does tend to titillate and tantalize this tournament. It's going to be a very important stop in years to come, and I'm certain that it's only going to go from strength to strength. This time we've seen past number one on tour, Rashid Khan, international flavor, and so many other good players. Even Himmat Rai, unfortunately missing the cut, also in the field, and so many other Asian Tour, even DP World Tour players. So it's very nice to see.
Lohan looking at it from every angle possible. He knows this is
He's a man for the
crucial
big
putt.
stage, and he knows he's played so much golf. He knows the importance of this putt. So he's just trying to ensure that he gets the correct read. And the result is not quite in your hand. The preparation always is in golf, especially putting. You can only
It's a
put
long
good-
one.
Very compact player. So very nice to see whether you're looking at his putting or his hitting. He has a very compact stance, the way he swings, nothing is out of position.
He's in pure balance.
Let's see if this goes in the hole. It's a good effort there.
Good effort there, but a long putt. So it shall only be a par finish for him. But nevertheless, it's going to be a 3 under 69, with a highlight being the hole in one on the 16th, which put him back into it. What a lovely picture out there of the iron green. In the heart of it stands Abhinav Lohan right now, finishing his round. I quite like this. I mean, it looks so pretty from here, from the top angle. End of another week for Abhinav Lohan. A bit of a smile there. The ace brought that smile. 3 under 69. 7 under for the week through 54 holes. Remember, the first two rounds were 9 holes each, and the third and fourth were 18 holes each, with the 9 holes being played twice over. Manu Gandas now to wrap up his week. Manu had that big blip in between, in the middle of his back nine, the double bogey and the bogey. Oh, he drops it. He makes up a little bit. That cup of tea after the round is going to be very sweet.
The number one player ends his round in style. Would finish at 4 under par, and that should be good enough for a tie. Sixth position. Has started this year really well, winning a tournament, and now this finish. It's good. It's heartening to see.
But nevertheless, he'll go back with a feeling of what if those 3 dropped shots in the middle of the back nine, not doing him good.
Yes, if the famous poem by Rudyard
The
Kipling.
14th double bogey and 15th bogey, 3 shots. That's huge in a tight tournament like this.
After that very well flighted approach shot. And a very athletic setup even on the putting green. That's looking good. Just about veers off. Nevertheless, would make par here. Dhruv Sharon, decent week, 2 under par, and that would be good enough tie for 12th position alone. So nice to see that golf and etiquette go hand in hand. It's probably one of the only few games that players doff their hat and pay their respects to their co-players and the caddies and so on and so forth. I mean, it's a hard-fought battle, but afterward you sit and have a drink or coffee or whatever together and congratulate your co-players. And that's why
There's the lead group on the 17th now.
it's imperative to just to play this game even for fun. It's not important that you compete on the professional ranks. Even as a leisure activity, it teaches you a lot. So the final group walking down on hole number 17. Maniram seems to be heading towards the bunker. Not quite sure if he's been bunkered. Seems to be because he's looking back. at the bunker. Not quite done and dusted yet. For Azhar, this is Jairaj Sandhu. My apologies. That's a long bunker shot for the young man. Has to traverse the entire width of the green almost. Perfect contact is imperative. That's a really good shot by him, and seems to be a ball next to the flag, and that should be Azhar. So Mani Ram still with a lob wedge in his hand, so quite certain that he has ended up in the bunker. Definitely not making easy on himself. Definitely not making it easy on himself by hitting the bunker there. And normally he's really quick and he's given this shot a lot of thought. So maybe there's something more to the lie that is unbeknownst to us and we can't quite see the ball because they're having a lot of discussions. So maybe he's plugged and just discussing with his caddy that might just take it out left. Does have a high flight. So it's quite possible that he has gotten plugged here in the bunker. So this tournament is not quite over. There's a lot more to come, it seems. But even if you were to make a bogey, you would still have a short lead and par the 18th. So it's not really the worst of things that could have happened. That lengthy discussion with the caddy doesn't look to be plugged because he hasn't taken much time to think about it. But he has hit an absolutely a shocker. This is the first sign of nerves for Mani Ram. Whenever you see a player who's out of his routine, out of his element, there's something wrong. He took a longer time. He did converse with his caddy, and maybe it was plugged by the way that it came out, but it's definitely a case of nerves. If you never won, on the big time, it's 1 crore event. You're seeing that the nerves are now starting to kick in a little.
It's not over till it's over.
Yeah, it'll be important for him to just hit a good chip shot and stick to his routine. He's done so well thus far. The last thing he wants to do is overthink. Let's see how it does here on this shot. Seems that it's might be up against that thick rough. Again, there is discussion happening. So that's whenever there is a discussion ensuing between the caddy and player, player is not quite sure because the lie of the ball is something that is causing a little bit of confusion to him. Now he's taken the putter out. I think
Taking the putter out.
all things considered, that might not be the worst choice because maybe the ball is in a lie that we can't quite see. It's in a tricky lie. And when nerves are really getting the better of you, just take a putter and get it to about 5-10 feet. Or maybe not.
Oh my God.
This is, somehow I'm not getting a good feeling about this. The way this, he's getting a little too jittery.
Yeah, completely confused.
Yeah, he's just
Unsure,
unsure. This is
changed
not
his-
required at this point in time.
Unsure about his club. Twice, thrice.
Yeah, this is because he knows that he's leading the tournament and he's doing a large Jean Van de Velde. This is not what you want, Mani Ram. It's still not done. Even if you make a double bogey, you can still get into a playoff. But now, because these opportunities, I've seen this happen to players when these opportunities come after a long time. It's very difficult to it's very easy for us sitting here to just say that do this, do that. But the one thing he could have done is just play for bogey from that bunker shot. And he's
So, but he is 2 shots ahead.
Yeah, but
Lohan has finished,
so it
and he
just,
still has 1 more hole on the 18th left.
so he needs to get this up and down. Otherwise, he'll need to make birdie to get into playoff. Yeah.
Oh my God.
This is just. I can't watch.
This is multiple disaster.
I can't watch this. This is too painful. This is Yeah, this is
He's given away a double here.
no triple if he makes this putt. So he'll move to 6 under par and will need to birdie the last to get into playoffs. So, as painful as it may be, this is golf and this is life. When it was like an unexpected windfall for him, that two-shot lead, and he couldn't quite handle it, unfortunately. And we've seen it all too often.
And my God, that ace couldn't have come at a better time for
Yeah, this
Abhinav
is,
Lohan. He must be just delighted. I mean, of course, not at
I mean, yeah,
Maniram's misfortune,
yeah, you
but
know,
at his own good fortune. And ace is always a matter of luck too. I mean, there is no. I mean, good shots are precision, but an ace.
both these guys have really wilted under pressure. I mean, Mani Ram has been fantastic up until now. Um, Mohammad Azhar just fading away, and what Mani Ram has done, knowing him, if this indeed does turn out the way it's looks like it will turn out, it's going to be a very painful thing to come back from. To be honest, he gets an
Oh no!
opportunity.
I mean, getting a birdie on the 18th after this kind of a disaster is going to be pretty difficult. I mean,
Pretty
he's not
difficult,
going to be.
yeah.
I mean, for him to
Because
get.
I saw him in the bunker. Like from there, the only aim should have been 20 feet left, and just stick to your routine. Not
Yeah,
easy
I mean, two
because
shots up with two holes to go. I mean,
it's
there
not
was.
it's not easy because
He panicked.
the nerves kick in, and maybe he had a plug lie, and then as they say, from the frying pan to the fire, and that
And then going
shot
back into the fire again.
and that shot was not easy. Well, Jairaj tries to make his par. After that brilliant bunker shot, he also drops the shot. So that third, fourth shot was not easy for Mani Ram, that lie, because he has changed so many clubs, and that's out of character. He never really does consult his caddy so much. So you could make out the occasion is getting to him, and probably three wood was not the choice. And then another flip, a duff shot. And now he needs to make this to have any hope of getting into a playoff. So you know, golf is.
It's cruel.
Yeah, so is life. Life teaches us. Unfortunately, the only thing that teaches you are hard times. You don't quite learn too much from success. It's a failure that haunts you, that keeps you up at night, that makes you get up in the morning, hit the gym, probably hit a few golf balls. It's how we learn. And unfortunately, for money, he's going to have to learn the hard way. There's no two ways about
There's
it.
another one gone. This is multiple. This is a train
Yeah,
wreck.
so it looks like.
This is a train wreck.
Yeah, so it's Jairaj pretty much in it. If he can make a birdie on 18th, he can get into the playoffs. So I I hope he makes this one. The way it's going, that it's a quadruple bogey, and he would move to 5 under par. He was good enough to win this tournament, and just look at the caddy. It's harakiri. It's what it is. It's painful. I can't watch.
It was tough. It was really tough. Look at his face. Ashen faced. So Maniram and Azad, the guys who led the tournament for most part of the 54 holes, led it for almost like 51, 52 holes. One of them had, and there it is. Suddenly, a train wreck. Can't just help talking about it. I mean, this has been a complete disaster of a finish for Maniram. Saptak Talwar, another one who struggled quite a lot. He's had up and down. He is now three bogeys in a row. Angachima for watch. Hopefully, will be his final putt for the week. Drops it in. Gerard Sandos bogey has dropped in down. So it is Abhinav Lohan right on the top at 7 under. Michel Ortolani has finished at 5 under. Angachima is 5 under right now. And Maniram's quadruple bogey, the dreaded snowman, that 8. My God, snowman at the end of the day, somewhere on the 17th. This has been the worst single hole score of the day. I can't see any other. This 8 dropped him from -9 to -4 or -5. And now he needs an eagle here, which is highly improbable, possibly impossible. So Abhinav Lohan sitting right now on top of the summit at 7 under. Who would have thought Abhinav Lohan, who was just 5 under through 15 holes and pretty much about 3 or 4 shots behind Maniram, would actually get to the top?
Now, what's important here is that Maniram is at 5 under in for a tie for second place with 4 other golfers. So that actually means that they would share the prize fund that the third and the fourth player get, the average of that. So it's really important that he gather himself and try to finish with a birdie. That would make a lot of difference as far
It would
as
separate him out and make him sole second.
Yeah,
so
so-
try and get there.
So, all is not lost. I mean, it pretty much is with that 8, but, from the ashes of ruins does rise a phoenix. And we hope that, that's what fate has in store for this golfer from Karnal who has.
Spring in the walk is gone.
Yeah, it's gone. It's see the laggard walk, shoulders drooped, and
The shoulders drooped, the mind still thinking about that ridiculous, catastrophic 8.
and that he took a lot of time on a few shots and then just really quick on the others. So it's.
It was something he just lost it at that point of time. I think sometimes you
He
just
would
get a
have been
brain
better
fade.
off chasing.
It would have been. It just had a brain fade at that point of time. This is going to stick to him for a long time.
This is
फ्रूटनिक इलेक्ट्रो प्लस रिहाइड्रेट फील अलाइव।
काम घर में कर रहे हों या बाहर या किसी बीमारी से उबर रहे हों, आप बिना जाने डिहाइड्रेट हो सकते हैं। रोज जरूरत है फ्रूटनिक इलेक्ट्रो प्लस रिहाइड्रेट। इसका अनोखा R3 फॉर्मूला इलेक्ट्रोलाइट रिस्टोर करे, ग्लाइकोजन रिप्लेनिश करे और मसल्स का तनाव कम करे तुरंत एनर्जी के साथ।
फ्रूटनिक इलेक्ट्रो प्लस रिहाइड्रेट।
Very crucial stage. His last victory, or rather, his victory came in Bangalore back in 2019 December. It was the Indo MIM Presents Bangalore Open, powered by Karnataka Tourism. That was a long time back, 5 years ago, 4.5 years ago. And there, Abhinav Lohan managed to hang on for a win despite a late double bogey on the in the fourth round. That was the week it was. And he has since then been in search for his second win and looks like it's here this week now.
yes, and we have that wonderful aerial shot here of hole number 18. As I would like to say for Maniram, it's been a week to remember and a day to forget. Now I'm not quite certain who is there on the. It seems to be Maniram yet again. Is that his ball?
He is going everywhere except where he's supposed to.
Yeah, that's. I hope that's not him, but I mean, there seems to be all the golfers there, but not quite certain. It's very difficult to spot your ball there, and mind you, only get 3 minutes to try and find your ball. Good thing that there are a few people aiding in that search. Would have been a wild miscue to go there with an iron. Doesn't seem to be Maniram, so thank God for
Small mercies.
This Jairaj there in the rough. So maybe Maniram can still make birdie. Oh, who knows? Maybe he can hole out from here, and the suspense that this tournament has will grow even further.
Well, this should be, he should just think it's a par 3 from here and hole it out. If he can. And if the ball decides to pop in. So it's been a pretty action filled, some exhilarating, some disappointing, some almost, bringing tears. It's not going to be an easy night tonight for Maniram. That 8 standing out so very starkly.
Yeah, it also came out of nowhere. I didn't quite see that happening, to be honest.
It
with
just
you.
happened so quickly.
He's been a cool customer for the entire round, no sign of nerves, and that fantastic shot on 16. I thought that pretty much sealed it. That was really out of character on 17. Maybe that lie that he drew was a plug lie.
So Abhinav Lohan on the verge of his second career win, and it should be his, barring some sensational finish here by Maniram, which in the current circumstances would look rather doubtful. He shot 34 and 36 on the first 2 days, the 9-hole rounds, and then he had 2 birdies and no bogeys through the first round. He had 2 double bogeys on the second day in his round of 36. Then he had a double bogey again on the third day in his round of 70, 2 under 70. But on the final day, when it counted, he dropped 2 shots, picked 3 birdies, and landed that amazing ace, a hole in one on the par 3 16th, which brought him all the riches. It's going to be a cool 15 lakh check for Abhinav Lohan, the former Asian Games team silver medalist. So 3 under 69 on the final day, 2 under on the first day, even part of the second, 2 under on the third, 3 under on the fourth and final day. 7 under total right now, and 2 shots ahead of the nearest man.
Azhar is going ahead with his shot. He made par on hole number 17. Now on the final hole, let's see what he can do here. So he's dry and safely on land. That's a good sign. So he should make maybe he might just make birdie and join that group in second place. Now, Maniram not taking much time at all, and he's safely on as well. So let's hope that he makes that putt and salvages something from these last two holes.
34 years of age, plays at the DLF Golf and Country Club, Abhinav Lohan. His first start of the season was in Tollygunge, where he had a top 10, did not play the Dream Valley, and here he is, right on top of the heap. Last season was quite good. He was third at the Gujarat Open, so Gujarat's been pretty good for him. This was the same week. And he was also sixth at the Haryana Open and eighth at the G. Milkasing Invitational, and then fifth at that wonderful Kapil Dev Grant Thornton Invitational. So he had a pretty decent season last year. But of course, a win is what sets up apart one season from the other. And this one is going to be a significant one, bringing him a victory after more than 4.5 years. The uncertainties of golf hitting us all over again.
Yeah, Jairaj finally extricating himself from that sticky situation in the fescue.
I thought at one point of time Abhinav Lohan was being pretty hard on himself when he missed that putt on the par 5 14th and ended up with a bogey. He gave himself a slow clap, but maybe the slow clap actually kind of galvanized him into playing steadily over the next 4 holes, which include a sensational hole in one, the only one of this tournament. And I think that was amazing, fantastic. I think a well-deserved win.
Yeah, not just a hole in one, he also made a steady pars in. So I think he was able to hold his nerve after that hole in one. And that's just been the difference between the winner and the rest. It's about holding your nerves. And unfortunately, Maniram is going to rue this for quite a while unless he can somehow conjure up similar form in the weeks to come. I'm not sure where Jairaj right on the flag, fantastic shot. So I think what would also happen that spot at the Indian Open also fades away now. So not just monetary loss here. In fact, I think even the events on the Challenge Tour he might not get in. I think he's not exempt in the top 60. Last day he played the Q School, so it's it's just a sort of
When it runs away, when it dries up, it really does go away from you all over the place.
cascading effect of sorts that he misses out on.
A whole lot of the big goodie bag suddenly evaporates.
Yeah, it's a lot. You do get 2 year exemption, 2 more years, and that sort of relaxes you. You get the Indian Open this year, and maybe I think even the next year, and then those things really.
No, when you
Yeah,
finish high up in the order of merit, I mean, a lot of things do, kind of. come
Yeah,
your
I mean,
way.
a lot of things would happen, but in the immediate future, his prospects for playing those events are sort of diminished, unfortunately.
Abhinav Lohan was already into the field for the Challenger, so he does get a fair bit of a boost there, confidence in terms of confidence. So he will be there. And it now remains to be seen if Maniram actually gets into a position where, he is among the leading 60 players for the exemption list. So he could be there, he may not be there, but it's going to be a pretty tough one. So this one, even the holding places may not come his way. Tough luck for Maniram there.
Yeah, if tough luck is an understatement, but that's what life is. You have to just take it on the chin, learn, and if you've played so well on this very demanding accuracy track, then maybe he can replicate similar form in other events at golf courses that he will invariably play this year. He does have a full card, so I mean, he's good if he's good enough to finish second on such a strong field on this golf course, and barring that blemish on 17th, he really needs to be proud of himself and try and replicate that and keep the same joie de vivre that he has about himself and enjoy the game of golf. That's when he's done his best, when he's never really thought about the outcome. I think let's see that go in the hole, and yes, it does.
Wow, it does. That's
Fantastic.
some
That is,
small
yes.
consolation there for him. A sole second place it will be for Maniram.
Congratulations to Maniram, the runner-up.
It will make that quadruple bogey feel a little lighter. Of course, it might also raise a point of if only it had been a triple instead of a quadruple, it would still have been.
Funny thing is that quadruple is flanked by birdies on either side. So, seriously, try and make sense of this game of golf, and you never succeed. Just enjoy, and I think he just sort of hit this part. He was kind of reconciled to his fate, and it went in. So maybe not be tied to the outcome. And Azhar, let's see if he can also end in style.
He leaves that short, very short.
And he's in sixth position. Needs to hold this putt, otherwise he'll find himself in a tie for ninth, and that would mean quite a loss in terms of prize money.
But Azhar is in the field for the challenger, so he'd be slightly better off. Gerard Sandhu. Drops that putt in. In it goes. So there is one man celebrating back in the clubhouse, Abhinav Lohan. 34 years of age, second win, plays at the DLF Golf and Country Club, picks up, ends a long 4.5 year wait for his second win. There is a desolate Maniram still sporting a smile, very admirable. That last birdie would well have actually lightened things up for him. So we are here live from Glade 1 Golf and Resort Club, Ahmedabad, where the tournament has just come to a glorious end. It was an extremely exciting finish. Abhinav Lohan, helped by that ace, wins.
Yeah, please stay with us for a little while. We'll take you through the prize ceremony, and it's been a fantastic display of golf this week, and none more so than Abhinav Lohan ending in style, winning the tournament with a hole-in-one en route as well. And Maniram, unfortunate to have had that misstep on hole number 17, but nevertheless playing on valiantly and finishing runner-up in this event. Stay with us and we'll run you through the highlights. And just to summarize the tournament thus far, we had Abhinav Lohan emerging the champion, and followed by Maniram, who really put up a great show, shooting a 1 over par today and ending in second position. Michel Ortolani from Italy, joined by Angachima Gerard Sandhu for third position, Manu Gandas sixth position, Kevin Steve Regel from Andorra alongside Mohammad
and they will relish a top 10 finish here. So that was a good week for them. There were many others who gave it all that they could, like Saptak Talwar had an up and down day. In between, his two birdies seemed to have perked him up, but then two pokies towards the end set him back again. And the man, Abhinav Lohan, 7 under there on the screen for you. 209. Maniram, 6 under, 210. Michel Ortolani, 5 under, 211. Tied with Ankat Chima and Jairat Sandhu. For the third place, Manu Gandas, the 2022 Order of Merit winner, was in the tied 6th place alongside Andora's Kevin Steve Regal and Mohammad Azhar, who dominated the tournament for most part of the time for almost like 2.5 or rather 3.5 days, and then collapsed on the second nine on the final day when he gave away a bunch of shots, leaked them, and dropped down to tied 6th at 400 212. And in the ninth place, tied in the 9th place, was Varun Chopra, Kapil Kumar, and Vikrant Chopra. What a wonderful week it was. Exciting, exhilarating for Abhinav Lohan, heartbreaking for Mani Ram and Mohammad Azhar, but overall for the fans and for us in the commentary box, an extremely wonderful and exciting week.
So that win would also catapult Abhinav Lohan up the order of merit. Currently, there's Shaurya Binu at 16 lakh 82,000. Abhinav Lohan would reach approximately
This Abhinav Lohan now moves into moves right onto the top 3 on the order.
Boss is the green soup, Sandeep Saini. Amazing work, sir, really. Excellent. We sincerely appreciate all that you've done. We know that, people are in a hurry, they've got flights to catch, but unfortunately the nature of this game is such. I told Maniram, quietly make a par and go. We'd have finished the function by now, we'd been in the airport. But the guy loved the bunker there on hole number 8. He kept at it. That was not enough. So we had another young man hitting a ball on the way to the right on the 18th fairway. He loved that, loved grass out there. He wanted to stay there only. Finally, he found his ball, got him out. But that's the ups and downs in golf. We had some fantastic performances right through the week. And, the likes of Maniram, Abhinav Lohan today, Sarthak Chibar, Angad Chima, Varun Chopra, Mohammad Azhar almost ran away with the tournament, had some tough time today. Jera Chandu, Kevin Regal, Saptak Talwar, great rounds by all of you gentlemen at some point during the 4 rounds that we did have. Things changed for the better today. Luck, it turned around for Abhinav when he made a brilliant hole-in-one on the 16th hole today. And he will receive a check of 20,000 rupees from PGTI for his effort. And I would request Mr. Naveen and Mr. Vikesh, who are part of the MISA and Glade 1 team, to kindly present a check of rupees 20,000 to Abhinav Lohan. Gentlemen, sir. Abhinav, hold on. Come, Abhinav, you deserve it. Very well done. Thank you very much, gentlemen. We had 3 amateurs taking part in the event. 1 amateur made the cut. And may I request Ashpreet to kindly do the honors. Kindly come up, Ashpreet. And while Ashpreet is walking and reaches stage, please, a big round of applause for Ashpreet. All the hard work done by him, the efforts has been just amazing. The winner, Harvey McDonald from Scotland, the only amateur to make the cut. Unfortunately, he tried to pull his hand out this morning and it wouldn't come off. He tried to rip it to see if something was wrong with it. I think he spoiled it further. You must feeling much better now? Yeah, don't rip the other hand. Thank you very much, Ashpreet. All right, now we have the course super to do the honors for the Glade 1 Golf Resort to kindly join us on stage to give away the prize to the professional in second place. May I request Mr. Sandeep Saini to please join us up here. And the runner-up prize with rounds of 33, 33, 71, and a 73 today for a total of 600, 210, Maniram. Thank you, gentlemen. Did you notice Sandeep Saini signing that check? The greens were slightly slower than, that signature. But that's awesome how the course played. Really great. That's Maniram winning 10 lakh of rupees. And I request Mr. Ashpreet Thind, he's the General Manager, Glade 1 Resort, to kindly join us on stage once again to present the prize to the winning professional, the rounds of 34, 36, 70, and a 69 today, including hole-in-one, a total of 7 under, and a grand total for the 4 days of 209. His second victory on tour, Abhinav Lohan. And the trophy. You also join in now. I'll also join in. Sir, please.
Thank you all of you. Thank you for being here. Look forward to seeing you here next time. Next year.
Hold on, guys. Let me just finish. Just to tell you what this great gentleman, Abhinav Lohan, did this morning. I think he was 100 yards short with his drive on hole number 1 this morning. He took out a 3-driver to hit the green. The ball landed on the green and flew off the green. And he comes and tells me, see the difference between morning and afternoon. It's so hard in the afternoon. And his face was down. Someone made a bogey and went away. When he made a hole-in-one, he had a fight with his caddy over the club they used. Anyway, Abhinav, your turn.
Hi everyone. Obviously, this feels amazing. I mean, a lot of luck went into this win. I was 3 shots back, then I made a hole-in-one, and things changed. So I guess the golfing gods were smiling on me today. And I would like to dedicate this win to my family back home, my parents, my wife, and my grandparents, in fact. And I would like to thank the sponsors, Glade 1. Ashpreet, thanks for taking care of all the pros very well this week. The hospitality, the food, it was amazing. We are treated like real players this week, which is great. And I would like to thank all the PGTI tour partners, Rolex, Tata Steel, Fruitnik Electro, Vedika, for Vedika, our hydration partner. Athletic Drive, which also provides apparel to me. Great stuff. And I hope I look good wearing that. And lastly, I would like to thank the staff, PGTI staff, and the foremost, my most important support, ONGC. So I've been with ONGC for a long time, and their support to not just golf, but sports all across the country is immense. I would like to thank my chairman, Mr. A.K. Singh, and our entire sports department for the wonderful support to golf and rest of the sports. Thank you, everyone. Best of luck for the next few tournaments. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Abhinav. Well spoken. You've thanked everybody, all that I wanted to thank, but I'll just repeat that once again. Thank you very much, Glade 1 Golf Resort. Excellent work done once again. Ashpreet, we just don't know how to say thank you to you. It's a pleasure meeting you and your dad around here. I mean, it's been wonderful. You were supporting everybody, walking on the course. And I saved him, okay? He was jumping into the water on the 9th hole today when Maniram wasn't coming out from the bunker. I told him it's all right. It happens in golf. Sandeep, once again, thank you very much, for the amazing work put in by you. And of course, all our sponsors on tour who come with us week in, week out. We have Rolex, Tata Steel, Electro, Vedika, Athletic Drive, Golf Plus, Glade 1 Callaway, and Mr. Vikesh and his F&B team for all the support. Abhinav said, the food was awesome. We were treated excellently. And I just told you, gentlemen, just, very, very happy being out here. Look forward to coming back out here once again. Thank you, all the players. I mean, the strength of Indian golf, it goes down the line so much. And the performances have been, really good. It's much, much better than what we've been seeing in the recent past. Cuts are low. Performances are great. All the referees and the officials, thank you very much. And finally, we do look forward to coming back out here. We are told that the course is expanding. More and more holes are coming in. And we would definitely like to play 18 holes out here at some point of time. All the best to the club. We do look forward to, you getting whatever you wish to. And thank you very much once again, ladies and gentlemen. We look forward to coming back here next year. Thank you. And I do hope that you all watch this program on TV, ABP Live. Thank you for all the efforts that you've put in. Great work. Thank you.